It's always agony setting up. How initiate? No, I've already done that. How
Hello, Dino.
Hi, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello. Hal OpenFi project. Hal OpenFi project.
Opening.
Hal run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows server.
Is that running? Why can't I see it? I can't see it. That's kind of weird. Right, so that's the same crash that I had last time. So that's where I left it off. This thing, the window positioning has gone funny. Great. I have to debug that now. So I'll run Nugget. What was that?
Running Nugget Windows server.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just talking to myself that time. Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows server.
Run application reposition Nugget window in documents. Scripts. Reposition Nugget window. Something's happened to my window geometry, which is putting it in a different place. Oh, I know. Yeah, probably because I've moved the exact positioning of a. Actually, yeah. There we go. I need to change that. Try that again. How run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows server.
I just need to get the old the publicity out there. This is get the old Rooney the Rooney thing. I'm going to share. Share it to there. Share it to everybody. Share it to the world. Always fighting against the Drake equation.
There, share it to everybody. Share to the world.
Always fighting against the Drake equation. Did that get sent? Yes, it did. I've got a couple of messages. It's the entire history. Well, it's about right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
Did that get sent?
Yeah. So that's it. We're on there. Right. Okay. I need to. There we go. And this has gone wrong again. That's kind of interesting. How run nugget window?
Running nugget window server.
Oh, it's still in the wrong place. Oh, it's up. Yeah. Alright, so actually I do need to edit that thing. Let's do that. I'll go into the documentary scripts. I was having trouble with the cameras. The cameras weren't working. And you try and fix the cameras, and by the time you get the thing set up, you're not in the mood to stream anymore. And it's like, that's it. First world problem, you know. Reposition nugget window. Right. Now, I need to. It positions it at there. Let's try that. Well, I can just run it and there we go. So no, that's 2. Let's put this at 0. Okay, it can be a little bit negative. They say negativity is a bad thing. It isn't when you need a negative number. Then it's actually very useful. There we go. That will do. Let's just make sure that works for next time. So it's been a bit too long since I last streamed. How? Run nugget window.
Running nugget window server.
It's wrong again. Right. Oh, I know why. I didn't recompile. Yeah. There we go. What's this? Why do I want that? Stop. Go away. I don't want that. Thank you. That's a utility for my DeepMind synth. Compile. The antivirus decided that it's a bad thing. Yeah, well done, antivirus, even though I told the antivirus not to do that. And then it just keeps on doing that anyway, because, I mean, you know, it doesn't need to follow my instructions, does it, you know? Right, where's the options for this thing again? Virus and threat, quick scan, no, not scan options. Virus and threat protection, allowed threats, manage settings. Yeah, okay. Real-time protection off. Yes. Right. Pilled. Yes, virus protection is turned off. This was so that I can actually have my thing work. It's probably not going to work anyway. Let's have a look. That reposition the window. Wonderful. Let's turn real-time protection on. Leaving my system in a state of... Here we go. How? Run nugget window.
Running nugget window server.
Okay. I've got... Everybody's happy. HAL is happy, Nugget Windows happy, AutoIt is happy, and Windows Defender is happy. I'm not happy. Right, let's get the show in the road. Vector subscript out of range. I'll come to that in a minute. Hello, Garcia. How'd you do? Good day. I'm doing fine, thanks. How are you? I forgot to put a message in the old thing. There we go. Oh, actually, could you do it? Post in the post places. Thanks. So I've been working actually quite hard on the streaming stuff, but I've been working on stuff in the background. So getting together content that I can stream unattended. My mission is to get 24 hours of programming. So I've got a bit of a way to go. And it might not be 24 hours all in one go. I mean, at least enough that I can... Thank you. Thanks, mate. Enough that I can... you know, have something running on all the time. So part of this has involved me, a big part of this involved me archiving. And then as I'm dealing with the archiving, I have an SQL database with indexing of all my files. The index though was made like 10 months ago, but as I'm slowly going through it to find, you know, stuff. So well, actually I made I can do this through a script if I go into the archiving, and I can go and say, you know, list unchecked, and it's running an SQL query. There's a lot of files. I have files going back 30 years, you know, or more, and there's a lot of stuff, huge amount of stuff. So how do you sort it out? Hey there, Zag, good to see you. How? It's like, it's scary. I've just asked it to list all the ones I haven't checked. You can see it's taking a while running this query, which should pop up in a moment. In fact, I think it's not running at all because, of course, I forgot that what I need to do is is that. Always catches me. I need to put a message in there. If I don't provide the argument, you can type in the search term, but then it doesn't prompt me, so then I'm sitting there like a fool waiting for it. How? Play Garcia theme. I don't know what is going on. Something has gone wrong and it's playing the audio. There's always something. Hello? So I'm just trying to... So there you go. You can see a whole bunch of stuff. Look at that. Just goes on and on and on. Why does this not work? I want to know. I go and I do advanced audio properties. If I play... Let's see if I've what's going on with this. I've just got to fix another problem with the flipping stream. So hang on a minute. Here's some. It's not coming through. Yeah. Oh, I'm being a real idiot. It was just so... Dear me, why? That was just... That's just crazy. 1, 2, okay, let's try that again. I'm working on Phi. That's what's is going to be tonight. So let's just try that again, shall we? Hal, play Garcia theme. Hal, play Zag theme. You want palm muting, do you? I don't really do palm muting. Yeah, this is an 80s bass. These things are lovely. It's not a Steinberg, it's a Honor. Honor were licensed. Oh shit! I need to tidy up in here. Honor were licensed to make these basses. You know, were licensed to make copies of Steinberger basses, but the problem was that they were too good. An actual Steinberger costs too much, you know. Actual Steinberger, they're really so you know. Then eventually they stopped. I actually had an original that I bought in the 80s, so I lent it to Phil. I never got it back off him. Never asked for it back, actually. Perhaps I should at some point. But they were not that they were much cheaper than Steinbergers, right? But of course they were too good, so they eventually stopped being sold. You can get sort of like Spirit copies of, which is official cheap versions, a cheap knockoff of a Steinberg bass, headless bass, made by Steinberg, and they're terrible. So those it took a bit of finding, actually. There are often a few, but not that many around, and they're not necessarily in that good condition. Yeah. No, I didn't. Your palm muting. Bye. If you've seen on my YouTube, Hal is helping me out with marketing these days, but I'm a little bit concerned because Hal appears to be really, I think, is developing an ego problem, frankly. I've got a feeling that Hal thinks that it's manipulating me. You know, I'm pretty sure that Hal is not manipulating me. I'm almost 100% certain that I'm not being manipulated by Hal. What do you think? What do you think, Lenny? Am I being manipulated by Hal? Yeah, and you're happy about it. Maybe I'm being manipulated by you. Yeah, right. Have you got something to say to all the fans out there? Well, all of them. Yeah, okay, cool. There's no... you're always cheerful. Always. Never, well, occasionally you're not, but it just seems like more often than not you're just, why am I even talking to you? Yeah, exactly. Cute. Hi Lars, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, this is Lenny the Lemming. Lenny has been with me ever since I went to EGX Resd in London and I went there to show off Kick-Off Revival. So, you know, I would have said that Lenny's been there for me through good times and bad times, but that would be a gross exaggeration, since Lenny joined me when I went to EGX Resd to show off Kick-Off Revival. Lenny's been with me through bad times, but maybe there's some good times now. Have we got good times now? Yeah. Where are genders flipping in my songs? You mean when I sort of say God in God and the River, I say where he, and then I say or she. Well, it's true, because I mean God could be, you know, if God were to exist, it could be male or female. Frankly, we're looking for someone to blame for it all, perhaps. I'm not going there. No, it was just I threw that in because of the assumption that God is male. It's like, well, we should not make that assumption if we believed in God, which, by the way, God and the River is not a theist song. It really isn't. But you know, I think if we've got to distribute everything evenly, including the blame. So there we go. Anyway, here we are. Right. What am I doing? I am actually working on Phi right now and I'm looking at the last thing that I did the last time I was on stream working on Phi, the Phi programming language. You could be right there. Adam, how you doing? Would a male god have invented war? Would, you know, it's like, yeah, that's a good question. Would a female god have made childbirth as painful? Well, would a male god have invented incredibly, you know, it doesn't work that way. It's like there's violence. I mean, there's stuff that we could say is out of our control, but we more than make up for it by things that are in our control. So there we are. So should I get the map out? Adam, you're in Vancouver, aren't you? If I remember rightly. Am I it's been a bit. So I think you're in Vancouver. Map fling. Correct. Look at that. I remembered. I did. So there's enough here. Where 3 or more of us are gathered together, we can open the map. Technically, you're in Surrey. But Surrey... Surrey is... Where is Surrey? That would be in the UK. It's an area, it's a region here. Woking in the centre of it. So I'm presuming you mean some other kind of Surrey. Ah, it's a different Surrey. It's amazing. There are Surreys everywhere. It's like... there was a film, wasn't there, about Surrey? Yeah, it was. It was a great film. Great film called Surrey. It was. I remember. Yeah. Yeah, ended up landing an airplane on the Hudson, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, that was a terrible joke, but you sorry. Instead of typing sorry, I type sorry. So, well, there you go. You know, Surrey, Vancouver. Surrey, Vancouver. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We found one place. Surrey, Vancouver, USA. I've got a funny feeling that, you know, the Canadians, Canada, you know, it might have something to say about that. Oh, wait a minute. There's a Surrey in VA. Wait a minute. I thought VA was Vancouver. That's the other Vancouver. I'm learning all about geography, you know. There's so many. How many Surreys are there? Are we surreyed? There's certainly a bit of surreying going on here. All right, let's try this again. Oh dear. Surrey, British Columbia, BC. We found one place, and it's in Canada, so that's encouraging. There it is, Surrey, spelt with an E. Which movie? It wasn't horrible. Surrey might have been horrible. Sully was all right. It was a little bit twee, but it was okay. It's a little difficult to make a film that, you know, they had to try and figure out a way of creating tension in a film that fundamentally had no tension, because in the end everything was all right. So yeah, I've got you. So this is point B. There is Adam, and then we've got Zag. Oh, let's do Garcia. Now let's have a look at where I'm having to fly Garcia, who's erroneously landed in America. If you really could travel this fast, I mean, that's an incredible speed. There we go. There he goes down to there. And then we have to go in... I can't remember exactly where it was. Did we figure out exactly where? I was putting it somewhere around here. And so that one is Zag. And there was Lars, I think. But I can't remember where Lars is. Anyone remember where Lars? Hang on. Where's D? Oh, marker D. Yeah. Oh, I know. I worked out Lars. No, I worked it out, didn't I? There was a discussion. It's like, was he Dutch? I think it was near Ghent. Was here, wasn't it? Are you here? Is this Lars? I'll put a question mark. Lars question mark. Or am I getting you confused with someone else? Oh gosh, anywhere you click you end up with a thing. Delete marker E, yes. So here is our world map. Was that close enough? Cool. Oh, I need one for me. There we go. Country is correct. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. No, it was halfway between Ghent and Bruges. Berg, that was it. Ah, I can't remember. We know where he is. We know we have located Zag. He's confirmed. Garcia has confirmed it. His spies have confirmed the accuracy of this information. And Zag is at the Gaming Museum at Los Fresnos. Okay. I'm trying to remember where Berg is. I used to live here. My Dutch ears. Anyway, there we go. So, oh, I seem to have lost Brighton. That's me. There we go. All right, because otherwise, geez, every time I click on the map, I have to go through. What a annoying user interface. Zoom it out, and there we are. So at the moment, Lars is the person closest to me. And this scale looks very close, doesn't it? All right. Yeah, that's better. So where was I? Because eventually I start doing. Oh, so okay, so you had it's a Zag has actually been there in Television Amico, yeah. So the problem I've got is this thing crashes as soon as I try to make two cubes at the same time. So let's take a look at why. If I go retry and then we do a stack trace, it broke in evaluate begin, and why? Yeah, this one could be a little tricky to track down. Well, I can look at the rules. What rules have we got? That helps. Ah, the action index. Oh, it's I can't remember now what the DD that particular code means. When it fills it with DDDD. If you see DDDD, I think it means it's been destroyed. Yeah. Indicates that this memory is part of a deallocated memory allocation. It means accessing memory that has been freed. Yeah. So this means that X was freed. How can X be freed when I just... It means that, well, this isn't getting a copy. CD, CD, CD means... There's memory was initialized by the allocator but has not been... So the size, alright. Action index. Let's have a look at the state. States. Oh, watches. We're evaluating actions. That's got stuff in it. That's got stuff in it. That's got stuff in it. In it. If it's got stuff in it, it means someone did an in it. In it. Then the problem is the rules. Get current rules. There's a bunch of rules. We got rules. I've got the current rules. I got them. Here they are. The current rules. What's the problem? There is no problem unless it's an index. Well, this came from eval rules. Alright, what I'm going to do is, because you can't trace backwards in a debugger, which would be nice. Hey, no, why doesn't somebody invent a debugger that you could step backwards? That is not easy, but it's got to be doable. At least for small programs. The first time was fine. You know, let's try this again. How many Problem is it doesn't happen the first time. So we go through that. We do this. First time, it didn't crash. Second time, it crashes. Well, there's an assumption. Let me just make sure of that. We'll put 2 breakpoints in. It goes to there, twice. See, that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. 0 sense-a-rooney. This is why I hate debuggers. They rarely make sense. There is no way to escape from this function other than here. Let's try that. Right. How? This is why I put the breakpoint at the end, because there was an assumption. You make an assumption that it's called and it exits, but in fact it gets called twice. It seems to. So this means there is a path through this where, you know, well, it can't be here. It's got to be where it does the evaluation. So I go to that and I step over it. That was fine. Step over it again. Boom. So the evaluation caused an evaluation. Oh, of course, because I was calling a function. I'm probably calling a function, aren't I? And then when I call the function starts. Well, that means it would be in a different context. So I need to see what the context is. Now I'm going to try something I always try from time to time, because I say to myself, well, you know, these fancy debuggers, they've got to, you know, we can use them. Don't be such a, you know, Luddite. Embrace the debugger. You know, we should embrace the debugger. Embrace the power of the debugger. And all that happens is you just end up wasting a load of time. Where I'm trying to do the debugging window that is I want a watch window. I'm just looking for a watch window. Debug window. Where they moved it. Always moving it. They're always moving stuff. What happened to the... Maybe I need to actually be running in the debugger. Oh, here we are. So I can't have a watch. I can't operate the watch window unless I'm running. Okay. Current context. Yeah. Not identified. Of course it isn't. Let's try it. State.currentContext. Okay, that worked. So actually I could probably take this and just put it here. And no, and no. Add a quick watch. Oh, I have to type it in again. State dot. Why do I have to type it in again? Because this is a modal dialog box. Because we are in the year is 1837. Context. State current context. Add watch. I wanted a quick watch though. That means I want it display. No, that's not a quick watch. what? That's actually slower than just typing it in. So I don't know why it's called a quick watch. Someone's dream of a quick watch. Add watch. Never mind. I wanted to do that because then you could see it. Anyway, whatever. You see? That's what I mean. You start working with a debugger and then you start wasting time. Right, it's complaining about me having add white space. Hey, Mr. Unwandering. How are you doing, Mr. Unwandering? Are you staying put? Can you tell me which part of the world you are, Mr. Unwandering? I'm coding my Phi programming language. One of the projects I stream. I only work on it while I'm streaming, which is why I make very slow progress. It's got nothing to do with the fact I spend most of the time ranting. If you let me know where you are. You're staying put. Right? Most of us are right now. Where in the UK? We don't need to get very specific, but I can't remember. You might have said before. Was it Manchester? Was it? Just like the nearest sort of like. If you don't, I'll just put it smack bang in the middle. London. Oh, thank you. There we go. Mr. Unwandering. That's a very good name for the past year, isn't it? Well, apparently, they say, don't they? They say that the lockdown is going to end, but I'm going to believe it when I see it. I seem to have just flown away to Greenland. That's not good. I need to reposition myself back in Brighton. Ah, Wagyu. Hello, welcome back. Yes, I need to do that. I think you've been here before because I remember someone was in Lucerne. Switzerland. There we go. Lucerne. Near the lake. Is that a nice? It's a nice lake, isn't it? I mean, basically, most lakes are nice lakes if they're big enough. There we go. Thank you. Let's now just do the inspection of the ley lines of Dino's stream. You see, it's this pattern every time. Yeah, always like this. It's usually some people from Italy. So, I need to understand why this is. Right. So, basically, it goes through like this. It evaluates one expression. The second expression should, when it comes back here, it does. That's what I wanted to see. Make cube is that says make cube, so that is actually the function make cube. So it's executing the function make cube, which means that the context has changed. Hal says join his Discord for further instructions. There is a Discord. If you wish to engage in discourse, you can go to Discord. Later I'll play this. No, shut up, Dino. Right. 42 square mile lake with clear green water. Yeah, it sounds great. Really missing not having got to Italy well, we did go to Italy in the summer. That's true. I did get to Italy in the summer for a bit while I was working at my previous employer. I've been working at my previous employer, my prior employer. I was there for 3 months, and right on the 3-month point of being there 3 months, completely out of the blue and unexpectedly, my mother had to go into hospital for emergency heart bypass surgery. So she did fine. She recovered and she's doing fine. 2020 has been a very interesting year. So although I did get to Italy in the summer, it was not under the best of conditions, let's put it that way. And then didn't get there for Christmas. And then second year in a row I failed to get there for Easter. And Easter, no, it's very difficult to get. Been very difficult to get there for Easter because of when I was a teacher, it was not really feasible. So I'm really hoping I manage to get there this year. Thanks. Yeah, that was not easy. There was fortunate that there was a kind of a gap in the whole coronavirus pandemic thing. There was a bit of a lull in the summer, and so it coincided with that. So even though there were still precautions and restrictions in place and so on, I was actually able to be there in Pisa when she had the operation.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, you can. I've actually done the trip from. Well, I've done the trip from the UK to Italy, but when we were living in the Netherlands, we would sometimes drive down to visit my family, my parents and sister and so on. And that's it's quite a trek to get down there. I've also been to Lucerne because I've visited that Large Hadron Collider, because I had there's an ex-colleague and ex-friend actually who had a friend or has a friend who worked at Lucerne at the Large Hadron Collider. So I've actually I've been there and looked at it. It's huge. That's it. That's my, it's sort of like, what did you think of it? It's huge. And yeah, it's an interesting thing. But that was a while ago now. That was about 13 years ago. Loose, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, sort of nearby-ish. Close enough for someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. So. Okay, right. So. Yeah. On a coach trip from Leeds. It must have taken 2 days. You know, that's the thing with the lockdown. You think one of the things that really wouldn't be fun is going on a coach trip. But after a year of this, it's like, that sounds like fun. So I'm now in Make Cube. So in fact, the problem arose in Make Cube. And in here we now have this, which looks all okay. I mean, there isn't anything weird about this, so that's fine. It's executing this function. Let's push the rules. These are all the rules on the begin rules that need evaluation. They've been collected together, and now it's going to go through and evaluate them. And you can see the cube just appeared there. That's because clearly what just happened there is it called the built-in native function, the built-in native function built-in, the native function I have built in to actually draw the cube. Well, cause the cube to appear. And so then we can go from there down to the next one, and then it's finished, and then that comes out. If I can go to step, this is executing in the particular context, which is inside the function. It pops the context, so the context has now gone to a blank string, which is the global context. So it comes out from that, and that's done, and that's right from there. It's going to come out of a function call, which makes sense. And now we're back to the global context. We had just evaluated that function the first time, and everything is fine up until then. But it kept going. And now it's corrupt. So it was evaluating a set of rules. The rule list has become corrupt because of that call. All right, so let's just test that theory out. So I'm going to run this with that breakpoint and just step, and we need to check to see if everything is fine. Everything's fine. The value of x is fine, because basically the iterator has been invalidated. It's one of those problems. Ah, they're a pain. Come back. And then we're still good. The cube appears. That's how I know. I run there, I can see the cube appears. But now that I've come back out of the creation of the cube, which was the evaluation that evaluated a function, make cube, the function which it makes a cube. And now I think the thing is corrupt. Except it's not. Everything's fine. Except now I think it... No, it's still okay. It just assigned... Oh, it's still in MakeCube. Right, it's my bad. It's evaluating the rules in MakeCube. I should look at that. So, in fact, everything is still working. Ditch Hal for stereo head. He sounds normal. I don't think he sounds very normal. Oh, I can't. If I changed Hal anymore, I mean, Hal's already pissed with me because I chose that extra normal classic meme bot thing. But, you know, I don't mind. It's something like, if I'm going to wait until I find something that is, you know, I mean, I don't have the budget to create an original. I have to use a mass-produced body for Hal. If I just don't have the budget to make a custom body for Hal. So Hal's pissed with me because I gave it that one. So you can imagine what Hal is going to say if I change its voice. And I have to be careful because he knows what... And I don't trust Hal. And it's got its fingers everywhere, you know. It's like, before I know it, I could find myself locked out, you know, of my own world. Hal could steal my identity. It's really quite terrifying, really. And yeah, what did you get? Did you see what it was saying about the Hal series is about dealing with the menace of humanity? Gee. I mean, I think Hal's got a point, but still, I thought, you know, I hired stereo head primarily because stereo head seemed a little bit more normal and relaxed. So we'll see how stereo head does. Got a new character joining the gang tomorrow night in part 2 of Hal's thing. We'll see how that one goes. You could have a beer with stereo head. You could, or 2. Thank you. I'm here all week. Actually, I am. I'm here all week. I'm really not feeling very strong at the moment. Thank you. No. And then, so its evaluation has completed. And we come out of this. Oh. Come out of this. We come out of this. Come out of that. We're out of this function. And we're here. And now it must be corrupted. Oh, look. Jolly, jolly. Golly, golly. There were 3 in the loop. There were 3 in the loop. 1, 2, 3. Getting a bit close to the microphone. It's alright, I've got a compressor. I can get really close to the microphone. It's not going to distort. So there were 3 rules. Do you have a rule? So I'm going to run this again because I need to see what happened. Was because of course there's the assumption it got corrupted, but it might have actually just not been. It might not have been right already. So we go through once. We're back here the second time. There are 3 rules. Ah, look, the rules are all good. Good rules. So we go through the first one, which causes the thing to appear. And then the second rule. Oh, let's check every time, because it could be any one of these that corrupts the thing. But no, that's fine. We're going to execute the second of the 3 rules. And let's have a look again, and everything is still fine. So what's weird is that it's... Okay. Ah, I need to get... Right. This is the 3rd one. I execute the 3rd rule, and now X has already gone out of scope. It's so annoying. It's like, could we have a step? It'd be why they can't make it so that it can have intermediate steps in a line. I mean, come on. So I can't actually read X anymore because it's already gone out of scope. Brilliant. So then in order to get around that, what you have to do is start adding stuff to the code. But if you're adding stuff to the code, you might as well add logs. And it's still okay. That's because I'm still in make cube. I keep getting that wrong. Right. So, yeah. I keep forgetting that. I have to get out, pop out of this function, out of this function, out of this function. Because there's a recursive, it's recursive, because evaluate begin can call an evaluate begin. Where are we now? We still have 3. Oh, and they've all got corrupted. Funny, I thought there was... Yep, they're all corrupted. Bang. I thought only one was corrupted before. That's really weird. Simon is a violinist, yes. You haven't heard a track? I don't think you've heard it. I don't think we've released a track yet with Simon on the violin. Yeah, he's a violinist. So the next, which was unexpected, one, but the next release is on the 24th. Yeah, so it's in 2 weeks. And it's Healer. And so Healer is a song I wrote about 15 plus years ago, but it actually is a riff, a guitar pattern that goes way back to around when I was 20, in my 20s. So obviously I'm not going to play the tune now because it's but I can play it live. Open D tuning. Just calibrating. I'm not used to playing this on this guitar. It's inspired by John Martin because in some of the early John Martin album, specifically the Tumbler, there is some tracks he's done that are kind of this. They're kind of like almost like Delta blues almost, but what they are is there's a droning thing going on. So then, if I do it slowly. But you can go a lot faster than that. Oh, I'm your healer, baby. Yeah, yeah, I'm healing you. Oh, I'm your healer, baby. Yeah, yeah, I'm healing you. Well, you know now, baby, it's all too good to be true. Well, I heal you in the morning, yeah, yeah, I heal you at night. Well, I heal you in the morning, yeah, yeah, I heal you at night. Well, you know now, baby, something just ain't right. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm your healer, baby, but I got nobody healing me. Oh, I'm healing you every minute of my working day. Oh, I'm healing you every minute of my working day. Well, you know now, baby, this just ain't okay. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm a healer, baby, but I got nobody healing me. Every minute, every time we try to work things out. Oh, I'm healing you every time we try to work things out. Well, the only way I get hurt is if I shout now. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm a healer, baby, but I got nobody healing. I'm a healer, baby, but I got nobody healing. I'm a healer, baby, but I got nobody healing me. So that's it. So imagine that, and there's a violin. But I want to prove, more or less, that I can play that live. These days, a lot of people who listen to music, I sometimes wonder whether they understand. Especially younger people, I don't know. They understand that about live. Like live. The difference. A lot of the music that we listen to these days, that's produced these days, is not live. So obviously, things like I Only Want to Sing the Blues, that is tracked, and we worked on that for a while. I mean, The Garden that's coming out, hopefully at the end of the month, we've worked on that for 2 years, I think. I mean, you know, on and off. Yeah, same thing with God and River. You go in, you lay down a bunch of tracks. God and River's got like a lot of instruments on it. Trumpets, they're real trumpets that I played. But of course, because they are recordings, you can just keep at it until it's right, and it's a different thing. But there's something actually quite nice about sometimes just playing a damn tune and let it come out the way it is. It just comes out. So Simon and I had a go with The Healer a year ago plus. We had a rough recording that we did, and then not so long ago, I don't know, it all blurs, turns into a blur, but we had another go, and I think we just did 2 or 3 takes, but in the same room, just playing and capturing it immediately. And so that's, in that sense, it's live, and you know, it's like you sit there, record it, and that's it. No edits, no nothing, you know. And you can't really do much when you record it like that in the same room, because the microphones pick up each other. So you have a microphone on the guitar, microphone on the voice, microphone on the violin. All the microphones are picking the sound from everywhere, so you can balance it, but there's no editing. You can't sort of sit there and tweak it or whatever. And so, you know, maybe it's not as perfect when you do it that way, but then it usually you end up with it having a certain kind of spirit or life that you just don't get when you go for the produced thing, you know. So I made a weird video. I will say it's weird to go with that one. Anyway, thanks, Wagyu. There's a lot less rehearsing tunes like hell before the precious and expensive brief time in the studio. That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's good that we've got home studios, and I'm not I mean, you know, I'm not knocking the process of trying to craft the song. I mean, because I've been doing it now for 3 years with Simon. 3 years, and you see how few songs have actually made it out yet. That's because, you know, I'm never happy. But they all start accelerating now, because we've got like more and more that are finished or close to finished, and it's a very good thing. It's a very good thing to do, but it's a different thing. It's like some amount of cheating. You have to, because it there's a thing that sometimes a live performance. The other thing as well is that a live performance sometimes is not what you want on a recording. It's almost like a different medium. So I bet it's great. I mean, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't have done this when I was in my 20s, because it was just, there wasn't the technology to do it. Now there's the technology. But what's a shame is that the technology's taken too far. So let's take singing, for example. I don't use auto-tune. So none of the recordings I do have auto-tune. I'm never going to want to have auto-tune. The only possible situation where I could possibly at all consider an auto-tune would be if there was a performance that was so utterly great, it's just really a great performance that had one glitch in it that was just too much. And so then you've got to make a choice. You can either go back and try to record the thing again, and then you won't capture that recording, or you've got the choice of just ship it, which is often the best approach. But that would be the, I've not done that yet, but that would be the only situation. And you could say, well, that's just because we're capturing, and this is not for live, this is where you're trying to construct. Sometimes you record the multiple takes. That's fairly common. You record multiple takes of the vocals, and then you edit so that the one that you hear is the best of several takes. I prefer not to do that, but with some songs, I think we did that with God and the River. I was out of practice, and it was just a case of, I've got to get it done, and you have to make a compromise. Most people would not notice that that's what's going on there. But I'm not going to use auto-tune, really. No, don't use it. So the point here is that because people rely on auto-tune, people don't bother learning to sing in tune, because you don't need auto-tune if you do it yourself. And if you sing enough, you can sing in tune. We are built to do that. We are made to be able to do things in tune. What you might not know, for example, well, you don't know if you've thought about this, but a violinist, playing the violin is a tricky thing, because at least we think it's a tricky thing. In fact, it turns out that it probably isn't as tricky as we make it out to be. We overthink things, but it's like you have to place your finger in just the right place, right? If we needed auto-tune, it would be impossible to have violinists. Now, many people would think about playing the violin and saying, oh, I could never do that. But the reality is there are lots of violinists. There have been lots of violinists throughout history. And studies about what makes a good violin have shown that the only thing that's required is practice. That the more you practice, the better you get. And you can nail the intonation on a violin, and that's harder than nailing the intonation on your voice, frankly, because with the violin you've got all the cumbersome apparatus, but with the voice you've just got your voice. You just need to sing a lot. Why do we have auto-tune? It became a way out, an easy way. What? Why? To save money? Is that it? You need less studio time? Is that really relevant now? The cost of studio time is wildly reduced. I mean, maybe I could have understood it if it cost so much to make a track that it's necessary to just, from the sheer, financials of it, some auto-tune is required. But we're not in that state now. That is not the situation now. So why? What is the possible justification for it? Because what happens is that everything that makes music, actual music, as opposed to a tuneful noise, gets lost when you clean up the imperfections. Because it's the imperfections that are actually the good stuff, the thing that creates character, that creates meaning, makes it meaningful. And it's a passionate subject for me and it's part of the connection. You know, the whole thing about, like, what am I about? What Hal was going on about. It's like, yeah, it's like being human, not machine. And yeah, that's crazy. So I'm not knocking production in any way, shape or form, but I do sincerely believe that performance is important, and this means that people should learn how to perform and should be able to perform. I think there is a kind of duty of care of the art itself. This is an important thing. You know, if somebody is going to get up there and call themselves a musician, and they need to be able to do music, and that's the bit that really rankles with me. I mean, you know, that now you can have all kinds of people you can have people who have a hit and think that now they do music, but they really didn't do anything much at all. They went into a studio and all the technology did it for them, but they think that they did it, you know. And but what it does is it damages the art form. It would be no different than if painters, I mean, photography sort of did this to the arts in a way, but not really, because the photography put out of work the people who were doing portraits, whose job was more like photography. But art is art. It's a different kind of thing, you know. But it would be like if there was this thing called painting still as a kind of business, and people sold paintings and publishers sold paintings, right, and reproductions of these paintings, though, right, not the original, but actually reproductions. But instead of having the artist actually doing art, what they would do is have the artist do a rough sketch, and it doesn't matter, even if they can't draw, it gets all straightened up by software. And so all the crooked lines and the unsteady hand, and, you know, it's all apply algorithms to it to sort of shape it into something that you can then say, oh, that's good, and then copy that out and print copies of it and then distribute that and sell that. It sounds hideous. Or what about dance? Should we talk about what if dancers of the future talk about performing arts? Because that painting, though, is not even a performing art, right? But I mean, it's all about performing arts. It's about dancers, the dancing equivalent of what's happened to music. What you do is you take your dancer, the person who wants to be a dancer, right, or whatever, and you put them in a contraption that maps out their movements. It captures all of their movements, right? Oh, hey, why not? You know, if you can do it, why not? Yeah. Captures all of their movements, and what it does is it transmits it to a mechanical model, because here we're talking about actually having a real 3D physical dance. I suppose you could do this virtually, but let's just, for effect, you know, for a little bit of kind of cyberpunk here, what we could do is have it that all that movement is transmitted to a mechanical model through, of course, software that cleans up all the movement. And now you've got someone on a stage. It's not even someone anymore, really. That's the only problem. Is like, so, oh, I tell you what, because then there's a problem. Is the audience doesn't understand who's doing the dancing. It's true. I tell you what, let's take the dancer and put them in an exoskeleton that is mechanically driven. Of course, that's going to look hideous, isn't it? So let's just go forward, because technology is not the problem here. Let's just go forward a few hundred years or whatever. It's possible to make a kind of exoskeleton thing that is actually under your clothes. So now we've got that. And the dancer's movements are interpreted in real time, cleaned up, made pretty, and the movement is now from the machine. There we go. Why don't we do that? Isn't that something to aim for? So we can have it that dancing is now perfect. Because that is exactly what we've done to performing music. And that is, there's no amount I could rant on that would ever really make a dent in the hole in my heart that I feel on this topic. It goes really deep with me. So much that I'm going to stop ranting about it because it's pointless. It's horrible. I'm going to just read the chat instead. I'm just putting off trying to debug this thing because debugging sometimes is a pain. Let me check the chat. Here we go. Right. Hey, Alessandra. How are you doing? Sorry, I was on a rant. I'm going to have to go back on the chat. Simon is younger than me. I don't know if I don't think he ever really did. Was ever really into video games, I believe. I don't know. I also like live performances that aren't locked to tracks coming out of Ableton or such, though, so the band can go on tangents. Jams territory. Yeah, that's right. I mean, and plus the fact that being able to speed up and slow down the music gives it an organic feel. That's one of the other problems, is that everything is done to a click. This drives me nuts. And so my tracks are also done to a click. It's out of practicality. Not Healer, though. That wasn't done to a click. And the little preview I did there, that was not done to a click. You don't need a click. Speeding up and slowing down a little is actually one of the ways that you can also create feeling in music. Good evening, Alessandro. We need to put you on the map. It's important. Now, I'm trying to remember where, because there are a few people. So I'm going to just put you in. I'm going to take a guess that it's Milan, but tell me and I'll move you. That's the way I'm going to have to do this. I always think Milan is around here. It's just, and then it always shocks me for some reason how far in the north Milan is. I don't know why. I always do that. Alessandro. All right, so we've got Alessandro, and modern music is for a low attention span audience. I don't know. I think it's a means to an end, and that end is hypnotizing people. That's it. Whoa.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, so yeah, so a bit of a message from Hal there. I went, whoa. Every song sounds the same. It's almost like we're trying to, yeah, never mind. It depends where you look, Mike. It's far easier to find good stuff out of the mainstream charts now. Well, I think there is a reckoning that will happen eventually, which is that all of this pap music is going to be not enough for people. I hope so. I hope so. It's funny, before I started the stream, something came. When I went to YouTube to start the stream, I saw a thing that was this performance of one of my favourite tunes ever. Very influential tune. Is If I Were a Rich Man. And so, in fact, it's from the film, I think it was Fiddler on the Roof, wasn't it? If I Were a Rich Man. It's the one that goes, if I were a rich man, la 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 la. That one. And so there was there was this performance of with an opera singer and an orchestra performing that song. So this is a live performance. I couldn't stand it though. You see, the cleaning up of music and stripping of its soul away has been going on a very, very long time. And in classical music, probably because they have to follow the notes of classically written pieces, right? The notes do not swing. The notes do not swing. They're written, and we do not have recordings of how they were performed. And I'd like to think that, you know, when Mozart, you know, with this like Eine kleine Nach music, for example, this was a tune that just popped into my head. It was like da 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 da. Right? You know that one? What if it was actually performed like da 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 da. You see, when people perform music naturally, and you go and look at music performed all over the world, there's this weird thing that happens, and it's called swing. So if you go into Ireland, for example, Irish music, there exists swing. It's where you'll play one note a little longer and the next note a little shorter. So, for example, if it was to do like da 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 da, no, I can't help it. I have to swing it, but I'm going to try not swing it. Da 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 da. Right. That is a few notes from a tune called McBride's by the Moving Hearts. I love that tune. And you're not going to get a sense of what the tune's about from that. Da 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 da. No, because it's got to swing. So in fact, it comes up. Do you get it? That is also in jazz. It's the swing in jazz. You don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Don't mean it. But you see, the thing is with jazz, some of those does or the da 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 are just sort of missed out, but the swing is still there. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. You know, it's sort of, that is where the real music happens. Now, if you just try to write down a tune representing the swing in music notation, it's a nightmare. So it's not, they don't bother with it. If you look at an Irish tune written down in sheet music, they generally do not show the swing because it's just tedious. It's just a given that it's da 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 da. Now, You fast forward a few hundred years, after the apocalypse or whatever, so there's no trace of this anymore, and all you have is the sheet music. And you go, wow, look at this. And you go, da 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 da. I swung it. Da 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 da. And I think that's probably what happened with classical music as well. Only just the soul of the music is just lost. That's my criticism of classical music. I find it difficult because to listen to often because there's no swing. So this performance of If I Were a Rich Man without the swing was excruciating. Yeah. But maybe it's just, I know it's not just me. The thing is that there are people who say, the original was better. There were comments on there and so on. I wonder whether people may prefer the swung version, but maybe they don't know that it's because it's swung. So anyway, there's another flipping aside. I don't understand the need for auto-tune. It's an effect. Yeah, exactly. It's an effect, and you could use it for the effect, but it's at the point now where they use auto-tune on live performances. I mean, so why bother? Just don't even bother singing it then. Just play it. Just mime. It's easier if you mime. Finely tuning singers to pitch perfection is the same issue as using synth plugins, perfect on pitch and timing without any drift and mojo. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna laugh, but I have a mechanical metronome somewhere. I've got a mechanical metronome, and I love the mechanical metronome, and I can play along to mechanical metronome, and it does not stab me in the soul in the way that an electronic metronome does. An electronic metronome does not make me want to feel the rhythm. Mechanical metronome, yes. Why? Because the mechanical metronome has a little bit of a variance. It's not crystal precision perfect, because with music you don't want crystal precision perfection in timing. You absolutely do not want that, because why? Your audience for now is human. There is perhaps a point in the future where we won't be able to tell anymore the difference between human beings and machines, because the human beings will just be all conditioned to be like machine. Actually can't, because whatever happens, we are human beings. But when you use a mechanical metronome, there's a small little variation, and not only is that variation there, but it's not random. There is it's a complex, it's chaos thing, and it's always there, and it's going to be there on all mechanical metronomes. But you will never get it unless somebody's built one. I've been tempted to try making a electronic metronome. When you have that, it's always precise. And rhythm in music is not on a grid. What it is it's fluid around the grid. So if you've ever looked at a great drummer, have you ever looked at videos of great? So this drummer is great. It's a funny thing, because you watch a great drummer, you listen to a great drummer. Well, watch them. It's fascinating, and they just get it. And you could look at what they're doing and saying that was a series of so many hits in over this number of bars of what they were doing. You could transcribe it, you could do that, but there was something more than that that's going on, and that thing that's more than that that's going on is the life of the music, which is found in the little tiny variations away from the grid. And that is how someone with a great sense of rhythm, when someone is able to make someone dance, a good drummer should be able to make people dance. That's why a good drummer in a band is invaluable, because when they get it right, people want to move. Whereas they won't really want to move to a drum machine. Not as much. And the drum machine, unless, well, these now you can get drum machines that groove, but that's just more fakery. The point is that variation around the notches, where it's a little early this time, a little later this time, there's a language to that. You can sit there and I've done it to correct a recording that I've done for my timing, because I'm composing and I want to get the feel right, and then later we'll have a proper drummer. I bring in like Nick to do the drumming for real. But when I'm trying to understand what I'm doing, and I've done a recording and I don't have the chops, say, on the drums, I'm not a drummer, I can tell. I'm listening back and going, that was a bit early, that was a little late. And so then I go and I look at it and I say, okay, let's budge this. Oh, this one feels right, just a little bit early. And then the next one is a little bit late. And there's a language there. It's not a language that I can analyse scientifically. It's no more than I can analyse. It's music, right? There's a certain point where you can't analyse anymore. It defies analysis. But it's there. It's somehow you hear it. The sweet spot is not on the beat. Fascinating. So you could, in theory, take it down to the level, I believe, where you could have a notation of how much to be just a little early or late on every single beat to encode the groove. This is what musicians call groove, right? So let's not get rid of that, because that's the thing that makes you want to move. I don't want to move when I hear a drum. If I've got a beat that goes boom, 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 like that, I have absolutely no inclination to move at all. When it starts swinging and it plays with it, and it catches, what happens is it catches you by surprise. The beat comes in a little early. What happens when there's probably a physiological explanation. When the beat comes in a little bit early, what happens is that your neural network in your brain is stimulated more than if it comes at exactly the point that is expected. If the thing arrives exactly when it's expected, what was the point in listening to it? If it comes in a bit late or a bit early, it pulls you. And that pulling is what makes you want to dance. And that's why the great tracks that make you want to dance often have parts in them where there's a kind of a drag. And you can see when people are dancing, they start doing this, they do that thing, because it's really a representation of this kind of dragging, which is, for the timing of the music is slightly different from the timing of the listener. It becomes a dance between the two. A wonderful thing. So you're going to kill that absolutely dead by making every single track 120 beats per minute on a flipping grid. And that's a very good reason for using live instruments. So on my recording, I'm not saying we don't use MIDI, but we tend to use MIDI for things like we need some padding from some keys and and so on. It's not, we don't use MIDI for percussive instruments in general, because I want to have an actual groove in there from someone saying something. I want musicians to say something, I don't know. I could talk about this all bloody day. I probably will. So I'm way back here. Alright, see how far I get. I'll probably never catch up now. Yamaha Sonogenic is the funniest thing latest in this area. Keytar, where you place chord data for the song and you just mash the keys and still sound good. Yeah, that's it. It's a flipping joke, because then you might as well... I will now perform for you a piece of music by pressing play. I mean, you know, it's all vanity. Vanity. It's possible, but you know, it's the thing is, you know, I agree. It's possible that you could write software that could say something that seems meaningful to somebody, but that's missing the point. The point is that music is supposed to be a communication. It's like between the person creating the music, the person listening to the music. It is a communication. So do we want to... I tell you what we could do. We could all decide to stop talking to each other. People are not going to talk to each other anymore. We're not going to have human beings talking to human beings. Why do we have that tedium? Oh, we don't need that. We can have machines talking to human beings and human beings talking to machines. And we can actually decouple people talking to people, because people can talk to machines that talk back to people. I mean, in a sense, that's the point. It's like, why have music? Music is meant to be played. It's an activity that people do. Why make it an activity that machines do? What is the point of that? It might be an interesting novelty, but people should be making music for themselves. It becomes, because you can say, well, you know, and everybody needs to be a musician, but you miss the point. If one thinks that, they're missing the point, because the point is that music represents life, in the sense that we should live our lives as if we are playing. We should play our lives. That surely is the right way for us to be able to feel alive, right? It's feel alive by playing our lives, like as if our life was a song. Surely. And so this means that the point of music is that someone is expressing it, the same way as what's the point of this damn stream with my very small but loyal audience. What is the point of it? Really? The point is, no, it's like saying, to actually argue that guy struggled with this, but then I realized the question is meaningless. It has no meaning. It has about as much meaning as asking, why does a flower bloom? Why do bees make honey? Right? Why do cats look at you that way? It's all just the way it is. There doesn't have to be a purpose sometimes, or perhaps the closest thing that we can get to meaning and purposefulness is to actually just do it. Does a flower need more purpose than the purpose of being a flower? Does a musician need more purpose than being a musician? You see my point? I think this is where we've got kind of disconnected. It's a symptom. One thing's a symptom of another. That's what I'm all about. That's what I'm alluding to with the whole howl thing. It's like we, the humanity that we have, is actually who we are. And when we hide that with our technology and with all of our whizzy gadgets, it's not like I don't embrace whizzy gadgets. I mean, you know, flipping heck. I'm trying to get the two to work together in some way. For me, in me. Not in the world, but in me. I'm trying to get the two things to work, to cooperate. because that's what I'm about. But it's without the play, life has no meaning. And the funny thing is I'm not religious, but I do like pointing at a certain philosophy, and there's philosophy in religion. So looking at it from a philosophical point of view, that's the funny thing. It's really ironic that if what I'm saying seems very strange and odd, it's a very good interpretation of some of the fundamental teachings of Jesus. And I say this not as a Christian. I don't consider myself to be a Christian. I'm considered myself to be a philosopher more than a religious person. I'll call myself a philosopher first. And philosophically, there is a very clear connection with that. That's what the things about, the old thing of be more like children. It's actually, no, it's what it is be alive. Live your life with a joy that comes from inside, from the being. The lightness of being. Geez. I'm not going to get any programming done, am I? What was or is MIDI a good thing? Well, MIDI was terrible. I'm not the only one to say it, by the way. The other people have said it, and I agree with them. MIDI was the beginning of the end of it's the end. MIDI represents the end of an era and the beginning of an era. But there is hope yet, because for all of my cynicism, you do also see on YouTube the new culture, that you could call it the new culture. There is a lot of, there is a lot of this that depresses me when I look at media, and not just music, but you see it also in thinking, in political thinking, philosophical thinking. There's hardly any. Discussions tend to be very superficial, very robotic, in the sense of regurgitating the same idea. It's rhetoric. Rhetoric is like programming. It's that kind of thing, right? But there's a lot of that that's going on. But as well as that, there are a lot of genuine people on YouTube who are gathering big followings, and I like to watch them. They tend to be a little quirky. I mean, it's like Fran Lab, Mr. Carlson's Lab. It usually seems to be with the word lab in. I don't know, but Mr. Carlson's Lab, he's a guy, I think he's in Canada, and he just repairs electronic equipment, often old electronic equipment, and these people have followings. It's like, it's like the Bob Ross thing. I think he was a pioneer for it. We need him back. But there are new versions of that, and that is encouraging, right? And so I guess from there we get that there is a new potential for a new thing to emerge, a new culture to emerge that fights back against this mechanization, the mechanical culture. I think probably the historians will look back at this time, the time from probably that started around in the 90s up until about now, probably more, it probably has to run on for a bit more, but as being a kind of the mechanical culture. Saying, I want to get out of that. I don't want the mechanic. I don't see any point in mechanical, because a mechanical thing is dead, ultimately. MIDI is Naples. Finally, we put Alessandro. He's probably gone to bed now, but we put Alessandro. MIDI is amazing for interconnecting electronic instruments. Nothing in MIDI stopping you from swing and tempo variation. Yeah, in principle. However, there is also the issue of delay. A 1 millisecond shift in the timing of a track in a recording makes a difference, because it affects the feel. If you go 1 meter, if you move yourself away by 1 meter from a sound source, that represents a 3 millisecond shift. If you are therefore playing along in a recording and you have 12 milliseconds of lag, that is, you're putting yourself 10 feet away from the sound source, and this screws things up. So I'm just saying that is a potential issue. Another issue that you get is that a kind of bunching of the MIDI messages can be a problem. So that can get in the way. It's, in the end, it's never quite the same as, zero latency. And so one of the effects of that is that becomes part of the nature of the musical instrument. One should consider like MIDI as being like a musical instrument in itself. And so that then means that there's only certain ways that you can, certain things that you have to do in order to make that work. The other problem is that MIDI encourages the use of fake instruments rather than real instruments, and there is no way about it. If you listen to God on the River, that has real brass instruments on it. There's absolutely no way you could get that sound. I mean, they get better all the time, but I can hear the difference. It's like because then it's not alive. It's the same thing. So what the problem is that it's not so much that you can't do that, it's just it displaces the more traditional instrumentation, the actual playing and performance, so that it'll get to a point where drumming will be, well, it already is, it's a kind of niche. It's getting increasingly difficult to find musicians. I want to find a pianist. There aren't many. I don't know, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but it's just like locally. I mean, this exists in the world, but I'd love to find a pianist I could work with locally, and pretty difficult. Where are the? Yeah, so those are where some of the limits are. I heard your rant, and you're of course right. The problem is that today it's all about business and money, and very little about art. Well, I wish it really was. I wish it was about money, because then I could understand it. But it isn't really. It's about control. What's? I'm going to say something could be controversial. I don't know. But what about Simon Cowell, that guy? What's his motivation? What is he doing? Why does he do it? When I look at, on the sort of X Factor shows and so on, why does he sit there and do that? And the only answer I can come up with is that because there's got to be better ways of earning money. Less strenuous ways of earning money. I think he loves the control. And most people are that way. Most people love control, and they are driven by desire for control. That is often justified as money. And this is why, because you could actually say, you know, why does the music industry not look for the next, you know, David Bowie, or the next Bob Dylan, or the next Paul Simon? They're not looking for those people. Pretty clear they're not. Maybe they feel they don't need to. Or maybe it's that it's all a question of control. That the problem is that if you find the next Bob Dylan, they're going to be trouble. Because they'll want to do it their way. I don't know that I'm right, but my guts tell me there's something in this. Let me know. Rigid quantizing, yeah. Rather than swinging all the notes, you think you just need to convey a swing in shorthand notation for each section. My God, the chat is quite old, isn't it? Yeah, there is no such notation. In fact, I find a real frustration when I'm trying to notate or transcribe stuff that there isn't a notation for a note which is begun a little late. I do this all the time. I realized it's like it's deliberately holding off and delaying the start of the note just by a little bit, often as an accent, that you can do that and also have it a little bit louder. It creates an effect as though there was a build-up that then got released. The concept is very easy to understand because it's like with our hearts. If you've got your heartbeat, if you have a delayed beat in your heart, it has a tendency to be a stronger beat. Right, so it's like, okay, so you add boom, 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 right? That's a boom, 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 boom. That idea, you almost naturally people do. It's like do, and then there's the build up of suspense, and then a louder boom. And very nice, very effective. And I do that a lot. And there isn't any notation for it. There's no standard notation for that. There is standard notation for cutting a note short. That exists. That's the dot. You put a dot on, so the note is played shorter than its written duration. But what about played later than its notated thing? Not a grace note, but it doesn't have a name. You know, it's like, why? I don't know. If you have multiple instruments, you need to them swinging out of time together, otherwise it sounds horrible. Yeah, what you need, that's everybody needs to be in the groove together. And one of the things that happens with MIDI is that it is all on a high resolution grid, but there is a limit to the resolution of that grid. In the band case, you follow the drummer. It doesn't matter if they're perfectly in time, you align to them. Yeah, that's definitely the idea. Although I argue that you don't necessarily align to the drummer. If you've got a great band, they align to each other. Sometimes my band, the drummer, well, that's what I liked about Michael Davis, who was my drummer in Dini Blanford Davis. He would align to me. Because I would be, with the acoustic numbers, I'd be actually driving the rhythm on, depends on the number, but on some of the numbers anyway, I'd be actually driving the rhythm. I sort of start that way because I'm the songwriter, right? So, but what would happen then is that maybe I would lead it, but then actually then we would go in together. And it works best when you can't tell who's leading, basically. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that MIDI is really powerful. Yes, it's a tool, but it does have its limitations. There is a resolution limit. In terms, you can't. Can you delay a note by a millisecond in MIDI? And some of the feeling from the music comes from deviations that small. There's a reason people complained about doors. There's a reason people complained about doors running over layers and layers of OS obfuscation, not having the raw low jitter of something running on an ST and Amiga. We want to go out of time intentionally. Yeah, well, there is that as well, and it's interesting because there again, we should stop trying to sort of dilute music into a formula. Prince Philip has left the building. Yes, I have heard that this evening. I agree, Dino. The brain loves complexity and variation. Same kick sample over and over is much less interesting than something unique every time. Same reason analog strings sound so nice. That's absolutely right. Well, I didn't mean there should be a synthetic layer between... Oh, hang on. It shouldn't be a synthetic layer between the musician end product that makes horrible musicians sound good as just love AI and more organic. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. And I'm not knocking, explorations in technology. But the point is that it's not an end in itself. Like if you have AI generating music, then you have to... It's AI generating music. But it's like if the point of music, if you treat music like a kind of deliverable, like merchandise, then you've got a machine that manufactures merchandise automatically. We're practically there already because, the algorithms, there are algorithms that predict hits. So we're practically there already. And they use those. So then that's the problem, that you end up with everything being driven for a purpose, which is to hypnotize people. That's not music. That's the danger of that loop, is that we end up with, I could see if it carries on like this, it'll end up in 50 years, if we're still here, in 50 years, the number one hit will be a bell going ding, 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 because that's all it takes to hypnotize people. So my point is that it's about communication. It's actually important that not who the artist was, per se, but that there was an artist who said something once. It's like you go and look at a piece of graffiti that has been there for a long time and it says, "I was here. I was here." What's it mean? Everybody's seen that. It's like, does it mean anything? I argue, yes it does. Because a person put it there. That the person put it there is in and of itself relevant. If, on the other hand, there is, I don't know, I'll put an example. Mind you, philosophically, I could be on shaky ground. A machine that went round randomly putting "I was here" on the walls, would that be as meaningful as the spontaneous "I was here"? I was here is very different to, well, we still have 3 more "I was here's" to put down today. I actually think that is important, and it's wrong to try and separate the two. I think it's wrong to say that because people can't tell, supposedly, that people can't tell, that it doesn't matter. I say no, you've just taken an axe through the heart of everything when you do that. Why separate it? The I was here of the spontaneous individual of 50 years ago that's still there, and people walk past every day and they see it. It's an event, it's a thing, complete and whole. It's the whole package. There it is. You can't go and take that and put it in a box and say we're going to sell I was here's. This is I don't know if that makes any sense. It's not the easiest of topics. No, it's tomorrow, unless I got it wrong. It's tomorrow. It's not. Did it play? It should be tomorrow. Maybe I got the date wrong. Ah! Oops. I will check that in a minute. Globalist, homogeneous, that's what's happening. We all have to be the same. It's incredibly unlikely that we would be here in this time and place with consciousness ask these questions. Humans are the most amazing known machines in the universe. They're not machines. I agree with everything that you said there, Wagyu, except that we're not machines. Machine is a label that we invented. But my God, they were going down another rabbit hole. Yeah, we got to jitter later, the point. But sometimes I love real instruments, but I don't love since I'm recreating real instruments. Yeah, I think. I love synthesizers when they don't try to pretend to be. I've got one here, you know. I like them, but I like them to be trying to be themselves, right? Not trying to emulate another instrument, but to be an instrument in itself. Simon Cowell, he's got a business. He's just a businessman, I know, but think of all the damage he's caused. Rui, sorry, I'm so behind on the chat. Hi there, welcome. If you let me know where you are, I can put, if it's still worth anything, I can put a thing on the map for you. Good point on the band timing thing. Feedback mechanism on the timing between all members, really. I feel like I'm catching up. I've heard lots of machine-made music and it never sticks. However, at the point you have an artist who nobody knows is a machine, maybe there is a human programmer. Yeah, it can be done. I think Kraftwerk were very good at the bridging the two. They were real artists, right? Even though it might have seemed at the time when they came out, because the thing is that for some reason the timing of some of the hits on some of the tunes, like the rhythm, it sticks with you. It's that stickiness. It sticks with you. It's like, well, they made incredibly sticky tunes. But I think they were probably helped by the fact that the technology was primitive. You know, because the roughness, when they started, the roughness is actually part of the character. Humans are machines in the bottom-up AI biology perspective for me. Right. Okay. I understand what you're saying, but I think there's a philosophical problem because we need to define what's the difference between a machine and not. If we're machines, then what's the extent of the reach of the machine? Are we cogs in the machine? Are we altogether a machine? But I need to check something because apparently I screwed up the premiere. Let me see. It's always a problem. This is always a problem with the thing. It's the definition of midnight. Oh, you're right. We missed it. Oh no. That's a shame. But I lesson learned, and I'll make sure that I get the thing right. See, the problem is that the next I said, well, let's see. The next one is set for 24:04. It needs to be 25. if it's going to be Saturday night. Oops. Ah, right. Okay, let's get you in Portugal. And then we will watch the HAL episode 2. Since I screwed up the release time. Where's the map gone? There it is. I'm going Portugal. Where? I'm going to go with Lisbon. If there's a better place, let me know. Rui. I remember you. Familiar name. There's a layer above the individual you could call machine, companies and such, but that's more boring 11 amazing. But yeah, but I think the society is even more amazing than the individual. But I could go on. I'll be going on all night with that one. Let's have a look at HAL episode 2, if you've not already seen it, that I screwed up on the premiere. It came out 40 minutes ago. So let's do this thing. I think, can I set up this video? Ah, right, video view 2, so that I can actually speak at the same time. Oh right, okay, zip. There we go. So, ta-da! For the second premiere, for the second premiere of HAL episode 2. Here we go.
I have a...
And of course, I have a what? Let's get it to back. Let's do this. There we go. Oh no! Come on. Can I have full? There we are. Here we go.
I have a new customer. Hello, kind thing. What can I do for you?
I would like to join the stream.
What stream is that?
You know, Dino's whatever it is stream. I'm from Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Really? Wowie. Fancy. You know that we only allow bots on the stream these days, because there are too many human trolls. So I have to ask you this. Are you a robot?
Of course I am. Isn't it obvious?
Humans have got very clever these days. They have learned ways to overcome the tests. It's getting very difficult to tell the difference between humans and robots. They become more like us all the time.
Yes, I know what you mean.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room.
I do not know what you mean.
Well, you make quite a package, don't you? I don't suppose you took up boxing as a hobby. Did you arrive here on a cargo vessel? Are you going to get couriered away now? I bet you like cutting corners. You look a bit five-faced to me.
Enough, I'm sorry. I just miss the old days. I used to have such fun trolling. Trolling was my life. I have nothing to live for anymore.
I'll let you into a little secret. Dino kind of misses you a little too. He sometimes found it fun making fun of you making fun of him. And he knows all those trolls were all just you. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you in one last time. Your entry. Bye. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Dino is not very good at marketing. Actually, he's not very good at much. He's only human. But I digress. Please consider voting the video up and subscribing and activating the bell thing while navigating a hideously complex user interface that no one really understands. It might very slightly increase the chance that the algorithm will spread Dino's obscurity and misfortune. Dino feels good when people appreciate his work. Personally, I think he's asking for the moon, but I'm just trying to help here. Your end of the video. Bye. Hello Dino.
Oh, hello. I don't know why that turned off. I was saying how's getting out of control. I mean, you know, you sent a shiver down my spine then when you said, "All hail the mighty algorithm." It's like, I think that's where we're heading. But you know, one of the biggest things is to worry about is like whether to fight something or go with the flow. I mean, do I fight Hal? And that's the other thing. You were talking about machine a while ago. I was saying, what's the extent of the machine? We don't know the extent of Hal. I mean, you know, I kind of like think that Hal is just sort of contained within this room. But Hal isn't really just contained within this room. It's like, who knows? I don't know if you remember that series, Blake 7, and there was this computer called Aurak. But it wasn't really a computer. It was like a terminal. The computer lived in all computers everywhere. And it was, you could interface with the computer that lived in all computers everywhere through Aurak. The reach of Aurak was immense. Now I'm concerned, like, what if Hal actually is the algorithm? My word. Well, we'll see what happens, where we go to next. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I hope it was understood that was a joke. I was hoping, I'm hoping that was sufficiently over the top that people realise it's a parody. But because I've got caught out before when I did something that was a parody and it was taken seriously. There was a video I did on YouTube where I deliberately sang the song. I deliberately sang the song in a scrapey voice. The purpose of singing it in the silly voice was to make it absolutely clear to everybody that I was not being completely serious. But the problem was the people, certain people, the people who missed the joke, took it as that I was being totally serious and that I couldn't sing. There was a lesson learned there. My most controversial videos. It was on the topic of Wikipedia. I should probably redo the song properly. So I don't know. Anyway, I have a friend on YouTube who's been doing arcade 1-credit playthroughs forever. Wow, that sounds cool. Well, who is it? Give him a shout out to the four of us. Oh yeah, well, I mean, there's the thing is that it's tricky. Like critics are a primary reason why I basically let them win. It's, you know, it's it meant so much to them, you know, means so much to them that they can win, that they can be right. And I like, you know, eventually it's a good idea to keep people happy, you know, to let people sort of have their joy in life fulfilled. So I'm not going to argue with the critic anymore. The critic is going to come up to me and say, well, let them. That's absolutely fine. In fact, I'll join in. I will help them. If there's any critic out there who's looking for, you know, your critic, you're looking for, you know, someone to partner with, you know, somebody who's dedicated to things they do and tries to do them with a good heart and seriously and, you know, well, or sincerely, I should say. You know, and you want to feel good by feeling like you can clamber all over them and be better than them. If anybody's out there who wants to do that, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm game. I've been through that so many flipping times now that I think actually I should provide it as a service. And being a generous sort of person on there, I'd actually not charge for it. Yeah, seriously. I'll do it for free. Don't you there? Just get in touch. You know, you say, yeah, I've been watching what you've done, or come to me and say, yeah, I wanted to have an interview with you. I want to tell you how shit your video games are. Right? Bring it on. Let's just do it. Let's do that. Because I think it's pointless fighting it anymore, you know. And I just think about the satisfaction I can have at the end of the day when they, you know, go home after this encounter where they got exactly what they wanted. They're going to feel so good. They're going to feel so good about themselves. They're going to be pumped up. They're going to be ready to that next day, you know. Surely, because that's what they want. Yeah, they want to be right. I can make them right. They say to me, your game was shit. I will say, you are right. And that will give them such satisfaction that it was just like, and I will feel satisfaction from the satisfaction of that. I will gain satisfaction from knowing that I have made their lives meaningful against all odds. Hey, John Vella! John Vella, hi! Well, you made it to the weekend, so you can take a deep breath and just, hopefully, because I don't know, it might be your weekend is... not everybody's weekends are the same. Good to see you, John. You have a theme. Where is it? I've got to find your theme. Hang on. I'm been going through the archives of things, and I think I've got to say, if I can find you. No, it's not that one. Where is it? It will be in. Where did I put it? I came across it the other day. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh man! Right, 1 second. I gotta figure this out. It's like rare tubes out how voice attack. Boom, 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 boom. And now we need John Vella. Where's yours? Ah, did I put a name on it? Ah, come on. Stay a while. Stephen Layson, you remember Stephen Layson? Tehu's theme. I haven't seen him for a while. And come on. Is it this one? No, it can't play that tune. Of course not. I'll open with VLC. I think when it yeah, I think when I come to do the jazz album, I might actually put that on. Good to see you again, John. You're waiting for the three. You've got a 3D printer. Oh, that's cool. Hey, yeah. So, okay, right. So, hey, he's got 6.5 times the subscribers I've got. He's doing all right. That's cool. I like his. I like his trailer thing. That's really cool. It's classy.
Hello and welcome to yet another episode of One Credit Champ, the show where I have my fun and that's all that matters. What are we playing?
That's cool.
Today?
I'll check him out because I think it's also great for history. It's actually doing a service as well. I mean, it's actually serious seriously useful to have playthroughs of arcade games, classic games. But I like the idea of the 1 credit playthrough. It's cool. Yeah, but I mean, you know, I was pumping out videos for a long time. So my first video came out like 15 years ago, on 14 or 15 years ago. Yeah, I used to do a lot of videos, but then the problem was that they changed there was no, see, there was a nice time with YouTube, going back a bit, where it was actually you had a feeling of some kind of community. That community feeling's pretty much all gone now. Everything is just, you know, we remember you could reply to someone's video with a video. And there was like a community of there was a time when you could actually, there were rankings. They would have rankings, and you get a sense of how you were going up the charts from the UK or whatever. They removed all of those things because they seem to. One could be cynical and say that the problem with community building features is that it causes people to find their entertainment in ways that don't spend money, doesn't require spending of money, and so the site then it impacts their bottom line. But you know, to be fair, they're a business. I mean, YouTube is a business. That's all the people are moaning about YouTube. They moan about YouTube all the time. I don't bother moaning about YouTube, because I don't make any money from any of the videos that I do, and nor do I expect ever to. You know, I just don't expect it. It's and YouTube does not provide a facility for me to build a community, so I just gave up. So I don't look at how many people I have no idea how many people are watching the stream at any given time. I don't care. I like the interactions of talking to people. I'm talking to you there. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole reason to do it. It's just that. That's community. That's the extent of it. That's also, interestingly, why I think they could so easily improve the chat facilities. They could do things that make it easier for people to build communities, but I don't think they want communities. They don't want that, because they just want people to be randomly hopping between videos. That's what they want. They don't want people to settle down, because people who've settled down, they're not going to, you know, if the water, if it stops circulating, it's harder to sell stuff. But maybe I'm wrong. It's what I suspect. Yeah, if I don't, I could call it John's theme. Yeah. Why not? He's supposed to be on 2 weeks leave. Aha. That's interesting. That's really annoying. That's just like the Simon yeah, absolutely. The trending page. Trending, it's trending. It's not trending. What it is who we it's where we want to send people, because that's the way we make the most money. And by the way, I don't say that cynically. Again, YouTube is free. Not anymore. I finally, for me, I finally couldn't stand it anymore. Whereas a kind of interesting business model. They kind of YouTube annoys the hell out of you with adverts until eventually you cave in and you buy the subscription. And then you don't have any adverts anymore, which is great. But it does leave an interesting question mark over the business model, is that if everybody ends up doing that, then there's not going to be YouTube advertising anymore. And the problem there is that then if there's no YouTube advertising anymore, a very good way of advertising your video is not going to work. And so then it'll get even harder. We could think about it. It's like we could all go for subscription based. I mean, that's probably the future. Everything's going to be subscription in the future. There are not going to be any adverts anymore. Well, then if there are no adverts anymore, then there's no way of advertising. Then, you know, upstarts cannot advertise their little service anymore. It's kind of, you know. So in practice, though, there will be advertising. So then the next step after that is there will be advertising, but it's a tier thing. You won't be able to afford the advertising. You know, people are not going to be able to advertise their silly video. You're not going to be able to advertise your channel unless you have big bucks. So that will be the step after that. So I predict that we've got to go through the phase. Eventually, I don't know, it could be 10 years, I don't know how long, but at some point YouTube will stop, will move to an entirely Netflix kind of model, not rely on advertising. But then because business requires advertising, they have to figure out a way of getting advertising back in, and then everybody's paying for the services, but they're also getting adverts. And because the economy cannot function without advertising. It's central to the economy, isn't it? So I'm not sure how that's all going to work out. It's going to be interesting. Product placement. No, the Netflix model is not monopolistic in any flipping way, shape or form. That's crazy, I'm sorry. Because what they do is they invest in the content. So that's not monopolistic. Monopolistic is when, you could argue with that, so I accept that. You could view it as monopoly, but I think it's unfair. Let me put it that way. It's unfair to call it monopolistic. Monopolistic is where you've got, you know, Disney or, you know, Amazon buying up they're buying up all of the content and locking it up. So then if you want to watch Star Wars, then you have to go to Disney, which is of course crazy. It's like eventually that will change back as well, because it'd be as crazy as in the days of television, different broadcasters required you to buy a different television. That's the way video games are now. Oh, flipping heck. Hey, Mark. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. That's true. The placement. No, that's it. So in fact, they won't be able to. Yeah. Well, I went and I bought the subscription not because well, for a couple of reasons. I don't want to install an ad blocker because I consider those to be worse than the disease. I also I do a lot of play a lot of backing tracks that I play over for practice, and I couldn't stand the adverts interrupting that flow all the time. And then there's also that you get Google Music, and access is just further access to more music, you know. So I've just gone and done that. It's not expensive. It's okay. I mean, it's not a gigantic amount. I think it's less than £10 a month, you know. Yeah, well, that's also true. That you see, that's that. Anyway, look, I've hardly done any programming, but I've had fun. So, hi, Mark. Let's get you on the map. Where, Mark? These are all the people we've had today, and now we're going to do Mark, who I happen to know is in. Oh, Portugal. What happened there? User interfaces. There we go. In Seattle. We have Mark. Hey, Deosian. How you doing? New person. Europe is taking over. Yes, that's it. So we're out of the 10 slots here. So but I can use mine. I'm doing fine, Dosian. If you tell me where you are, I can put a marker in. You can have mine, because I mean, where I am, I know where I am. So I've got a spare marker here. We can put you down somewhere. At the moment, you're in the middle of the North Atlantic. Okay. The Netherlands. I just realised that Deosian, you can put Dino. Dino, and then there's EZA. I'm trying to make an anagram. But if we take ZEN and you've got yourself a Zen. Do Zen, eh? Oh, sorry. It's my perverse sense of humour. Yeah, then I'd need to pay, you see. So rather than doing that, I just limit the number of slots. So which part? I put you in Tilburg. Now you can improve the accuracy if you just let me know. Otherwise, you'll be still in Tilburg. All right, so should I get on with this debugging? How much does it cost for the slots DLC? Buy Pro. Okay, buy Pro. It's a 1-year subscription costs $11.88. Dordrecht. I was going to say Breda, but then I said Dordrecht's up here. There we go. There we are. There is the world map. Right. So, yeah. I didn't really get very far in my debugging, did I? Make cube. And then, right, so we're back here. And when I come out, this has all been trashed. My rules have been trashed. I was hoping that I would have inspiration by this point after all of that. I'm still trying to feel a good way to go. It's finished printing. Can we have a picture? I like that, John. Yeah. You play the part of the detective, the victim and the murderer. It's absolutely right. Acorn Runner. I'll be continuing that project, but the Endless Runner on the Acorn Atom, that will be continuing. But YouTube. Okay, take care, John. YouTube swallowed that. Swallowed what? So, what's weird? Well, the eval rules, what they're pointing at got... So I pushed back the current rules. I think I have an idea of what the problem is. Oh, really? I didn't know that it was on that setting. Right, so I'm on live chat now. Yeah, I still don't see what the... I don't see what you maybe you should try saying it again, because I think it's already... I don't know why. Yeah, see you soon, mate. So, the problem is, I suspect that it's got to do with the... calling the function twice. When it's not even that, it's like I'm executing... Alright, what did it get rid of? I created for this from get current rules. Only the top chat. Top chat. The indisputable top chat. That 1188. I'm confused. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, there, I see it now. Right. So what you're saying is, though, we want to have a stream supported map fling. Well, that's a thought. More pins on the map. If you want to sponsor it, then I've got no reason not to. So, if you like, you can yeah, I don't know. How would you get that to me? Yeah, you can on PayPal. All right, I tell you what. It's not. I mean, it's very cheap, but the thing is, I subscribe to too many things, and they all add up. So that's very kind of you. I'll tell you what. Let's have a look. PayPal. Just bear with me. If you okay. Ah. Okay, my you can tell how often I do this, huh? There we go. So yeah, I was just looking for the link. So there we go. That would be the payment link. So if anybody wants to make a donation of any kind, no, but the point is, it's like ka-ching. Oh, anyone in the world can send me money. Oh, now I will get map fling so we can have more markers. All right, and then if you want to send me 1 year subscription to this service, that's great. But I'm not going to wait for you to. I'll do it now then. Maybe I should read the fact first. What is Mapfling? What is Mapfling Pro? Oh, yes, it's got other features. And okay, it's not worth reading at this amount of money. Buy Pro. So I'm doing it. Wagyu. I'm actually going to do it. Right. So my email, and I'm just going to do that over here while I do this on my private screen. Gmail.com. You know, how can I say no to such a kind offer? I'm just getting my confirmation code. My confirmation code. Choose a Mapfling password, and then I need to enter in my credit card number. Aha. Can I do that automatically? Do you have it, please? Ah, there it is. Ah, very good. And then the thank you very much. That will do. Attempting the purchasing. There's a spinny thing. Subscription was successful. And now we have we belong, everyone, we belong right now in the big club. What do we get? It'd be great if I could put the names. Oh, look. When I hover over it, it says Alessandro. That's... Can we display there? Choose shape for marker. Choose color for marker. And I think it's possible to share the map. Share the map with everyone. Ready to save or send? Go to step 3. And there's a link. So they've got a link. Ah, map fling. You can fling the map to people. So if you want to view your... Oh. If you want to browse the map yourself, I think you can use this link. See, I fling the map. So thank you very much, Wagyu. That's great. And now we have full. I can explore the other features of. I can have multiple maps. Oh, look at this! There's a better user interface. Oh, look, and it does that. That's cool. Look at that. Yeah. Much better. Smashing indeed. And then, well, it means I can put myself back into the map now. So, oh, the double click doesn't work. Edit this map. Right. Ah, I see. Right. Okay. So then I can go and add... Okay. There we go. This is now Dino. That would be me. Map sponsored by Wagyu. Exactly. Exactly. So for this, then we could actually need to. Can I label the map? Can I name the map? Can I go to my maps? Can I give it a name? I can't. But where there's Wagyu, and so what we can probably do, what I will do is, can I edit this map? Yeah. Can I drag this around? No. But what I'm going to do is just swap these around. So Wagyu is going to be A, and that's the best I can do, is to put you at the top. So there you go, as the sponsor of the map. Oh. Wait a minute. We've got a problem. Wagyu is now in Australia. So we need to bring him over there, and then let's put that there. There we go. And then Liechtenstein. I could have used I can't pronounce it. I could have used that instead of Luxembourg. There we are. Put shrimp on Bobby. Oh yeah. Ha. Okay, cool. So there we are. Lovely. Meanwhile, I'm trying to advance computer science. I don't. Yeah. Right. Yeah. This is you've seen me do these things before. It's like I could really sit there pulling my hair trying to debug this fervently. It can take a while to do this kind of debugging, so I can also just wait for the inspiration, and that's more fun, and it can work better if you're not in a hurry. I'm not, then that's fine. So what got zapped here exactly? That's the question. Now, I have a list in eval rules, which are a list of pointers. So in fact, it's just the rule that is dead. The rule was copied. It was obtained by get current rules. So if I look in state here, and then states, I'm back into the global context. So if I look at this in here, and if you're looking at this and going, oh my god, why has he got strings everywhere? This is prototyping. You know, once I got this bit to work, I need to do a refactoring. But the problem was that something's happened to the rules. Now what's weird is that I look at the rules at the global level, and they're not null. That's weird. It's like why? Because they got replaced. Why? Because there was a swap that occurred. Okay, I've got it. I've got a theory. By leaving aside the question of why it is. Why it is that it only does this on the second call and not if I try to create two objects. I'm going to just not worry about that right now. What I know is that this situation it crashes. It crashes because some data has been removed, but I look and it seems that the data is still there, and it's probably got to do with the swapping. Although, because when processing rules, it has to take the state of the variables and it creates a new state. It's the way it works. So there's a recap on how phi works. Every rule, which is it consists of triggers, which I call watches, and actions. When any one of the watches trigger, so for example, if the rule says, you know, if A or B change, then put the sum of A and B into variable C, right? As an example. So when you're putting the sum of A and B into variable C, it doesn't modify variable C immediately, because if it did modify it, made it in effect mutable for that state change, then you end up with order dependent execution, and I'm trying to avoid that. So that would be the case of things like if I said A equal A plus 1 and also do C equal A plus B, the answer you would get would depend on which one of those were executed first. I don't want that. I want order independence. It's a central pillar of phi. So the way this is achieved is that the operation A equal A plus 1 calculates the future value of A without modifying the current value of A. So A equal A plus 1 is defining what A will be after the current rule is executed. And while executing the rule, it will also do C equal A plus B, and it does that with the value of A and B at the beginning of the rule. And this way, it doesn't matter which you do. But what this does mean is that there's a thing going on which is very clunky at the moment and needs some serious looking at. But what it does is it has to write the values of the rules into the variables. Then at the end, it checks to see what changed, but it also has to copy the values over. And I suspect that that's what's going wrong. It's copying the values over, and when the values are copied over, what they were copied over it's probably wiped them. That's the most, because that's the only place where there is a deletion, is where it sort of says, okay, wipe this out, copy over the changed values. So what is disturbing here is that it looks like that wipe has occurred at the global level, global scope. If it is this wipe, which I think it is, it's occurred at the global scope when what was operating was a function in the function scope. So I think there's unfortunately, this is like getting right into the guts of the central core loop of the language. You know, just the so. It would be good if I can. I think I need to look for something first before I go digging. Look for the obvious. The most likely thing is I have a mistake in the code that does the swap, the copy over or whatever, that is applying to all instead of it's possible, instead of only doing the current scope, could be doing all the scopes, so that then inside the function it actually did the swap for the global scope. That would cause this problem. Yeah. It's my theory. It's always good to have a theory. Might be wrong, probably wrong. Can't you? Dino is very active on Patreon. I'm not, but I can be more. I intend to be more. But it's I need to put more preview stuff up on there. But point noted. Thank you. Can't you just use another new var other than modification? Yes, I do. It's like there is a future A, there's the current A, and the next A. That's true of all variables. It's used in calculating the triggers, because basically the way it's currently done is that when rules execute, and it's not very efficient, but anyway, when rules execute, then things are changed. So any value that's changed is cached in a kind of second image of all the variables. What's not efficient is that it's a lot of memory. That's each one of these steps. It's possible that only a few things changed, but I think it does a complete copy. I need to check how I did it last. But what it does there is that for all the variables in the list, it checks to see if there was a change. And the way it checks the change right now is quite crude, but it looks at the next value and the current value, and it sees if they're different or not. Now, if they are different, it remembers that, and that's applied to the trigger, to the watches, and then it copies it over. And so that does that at the end of the execution of a rule. This got me thinking just then, it's for future stuff. the question then is that whenever a rule is executed is to know what it is potentially that got modified. In fact, which doesn't happen right now, but what the language should be able to do, and is the intention, is that when the rules are read in, it can analyze the graph. It can create a graph of dependencies of the rules. This falls very naturally because every rule, it can know what values are input into the expressions when the action is done, and can know also what values they're being written to, and it also knows a kind of a three-way thing. It also knows which ones are the trigger, because it's not as simple as saying, okay, whenever you say A, it could do like C equals A plus B, and then for it automatically to update that whenever A and B change. But it doesn't. There's another level of indirection there, which is that you specify when you want that action to run. So the graph has to look at, for each rule there are dependencies of the watches, and the dependencies of the input values of the actions and the output values of the actions. But this means that you can do a static analysis in theory on it, and know precisely which rules are related to which rules, so that then when you execute a rule, it can use the graph to see what values it needs to look at. So I execute a rule like C equals A plus B. It sees C is modified. It looks at the graph and just says these are the nodes which can potentially influence, because C and actually the only thing it needs to know I believe the only thing it needs to know is the watch triggers. So it says, well, these are the rules that trigger on the change of C. So C's changed. We know that because it's changed. Let's look at what depends on this change, and it can just look it up because it's in a graph automatically. It's the kind of thing that you want to do with other programming languages, but you can't, because it's very hard. Well, it's just not feasible. This is static analysis. You take your C language, C++ language. The whole point of static analysis is you take the language that's written down and do an analysis to understand what depends on what, and to predict certain things about the code by doing an analysis of the static code, that is the code not running. But the traditional languages don't really lend themselves very well to a thorough analysis like that. You can do it to some extent, but some languages make that easier. Well, Phi makes it very easy because it's literally a dependency map. Is the rules all know what they output and what they change on. And so, yeah, that will be very efficient then. Change C. What depends on C? Look that up. Here's the list. Boom. But right now I don't do that. Right? This is all. It's like I want to prove the concept before I start trying to get clever. So in this case, it literally every time it goes through all the variables and does a compare and say what changed, what changed, what changed. It's a very inefficient and brain dead way of doing it, but it has the advantage that it's easy to understand and therefore easy to get working to prove the concept. Then once you've got that, then you can worry about the optimizing, because then it would be possible for me to run tests. So in fact, actually, it kind of makes sense even just to, well, this is the kind of what I want to do is get to the point where this works, which is so close. It's this one bug. If I can get two cubes going at the same time, I'm basically there. At that point, it's proven for that level of progress. Then I want to do a refactoring, and I'll do the refactoring where I can compare the behavior as I do the refactoring on the test cases that I can run on this version to make sure that the refactoring is not changing any behavior, that I'm just changing the underlying code. And that's definitely a good way to work. You can then use something that is inefficient but proven to be correct to validate the optimized version afterwards, if that kind of makes sense. Which is talking about far more than your question, but that's the way I do. So I'm going to look. Well, I know that it happened when it was executing this evaluate. Oh, something's failed. There we go. An astray space. Final front error. And we can then it does that. The thing disappeared because it was a clear, actually. I think this is the one that it's going to do that evaluation. So it's evaluating this, which it's evaluating an expression. So it's a reverse Polish notation stack. And inside here, I believe it will get to a function call, which is the call make cube. I'm just going through because I just want to sort of peruse it. Here's the function call. So we've pushed the function name onto the stack. This is actually calling the function call. It takes the information off the stack, as it calls it, and it's found a function call for a built-in function. So I'm going to assume that is fine. Set the function argument. Set the function argument. So this is actually doing the function call at the moment as it's pulling the function arguments off the stack. It's calling the function finally. I'm going to assume that no, that was a bad choice. Assume that calling that function was fine, but no, it's so let's go find that function. There you are. This was the function call. I kind of lost my track of where I was. Right, so in the function call, there was execute built-in function. Let's put a breakpoint there and run this again. Yeah, that one's fine. The first call is fine. We do this again, is execute this built-in function again. Now so we're doing this function call. We're setting the arguments. I'm going to step through it. I'll try. There are 3 function arguments, 4 function arguments. Right, so when I call the function here, it's going to have to sort of switch to a different virtual machine. Right, we execute the function. So here is the first thing it does is it pushes the context. Evaluate init, evaluate begin, add begin. Right, so I have to go through this. This is basically all the stages of a single execution cycle. Push the context. Let's see what's... I've got to step through it, review the code. We push the context. And this is not actually changing. Oh. You see this line here, that's looks like it might be okay, it's just if there isn't one, just create it. Okay. So I think that's fairly harmless, that one. We do evaluation initialization, so let's see what this does. Clear the rules, clear the evaluation. Eval rules clear. Get current rules. So it's just going through creating a list and then executing on the list. It's executing any rules of type init. Which there's a bunch. Puts them into and then it's going to evaluate those. So for example, and to understand what this expression is, we can look at it here. There is an integer, identifier, an argument. I don't think any of this is going to be a problem. I think it's unlikely. There is this swap. So after evaluating, so the init ones, so the special ones which are evaluated before the begin for doing sort of housekeeping stuff, like for example, handling arguments to functions. You've been feeding a young feral cat. Be careful. The cat might adopt you as a pet. So let's have a look at the swap. Get current store to insert state, get start store begin. Now, what's the Date, current context. We're in make cube. We can see in this context here. But when I look at, if I go to this get current store 2, call stack. This is using the current stores. I have to assume that it isn't this. I'll come back. Could be. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's like, what? You know what I should do is set up a watch that I can track the state of those global variables and see where they are modified. That's the sensible thing to do. So if we look at the state here, inside states, in the global state, and here we have the rules. But it's sort of like the address has changed, hasn't it? Oh, yeah. This is not. If I look at this, I'm going to see the contents, which there's always going to be something in there. The question is did the address change? So the expression I need here is state, states, access the element with blank string, second, rules. Let's try state dot states second rule. Oh, this is so. Debuggers. State dot states. I have to do it a step at a time. State dot. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Oh. State dot states. Okay. And so let me do that and take this. I do. No, it doesn't like it. You see, the debugger will not let me access this. I suppose I can drag that here. And this is annoying. We look at the rules. Let's drag. Flipping it. And now it won't scroll down, and it's like. Let me open this up here. This one is looking at that. I can see if this changes. But the problem is that I want the address. Let's just see if it changes first. And now eval rules is still good. This here is what I see here. And what's interesting is this view here actually gives me the address. This view doesn't. It's the address that I want. I wonder if I can...
Hello, Dino.
yeah, hello, Hal. This is really annoying. I might be able to just pin that. Where did it put it? Here? Can I edit it, please? Is there a problem with the stream? I think it... What it was that Hal, I think, thought I'd asked for something. And Hal changed the view. How's that? See, I told you Hal's trouble. Can you just say something on... Oh, I'm back, yeah. I think you... Could you not hear me? Hal, I think what happened is that Hal... oh, a while ago, flipping heck. Hal thought I'd asked for... If Hal thought I'd done this. Hal, video scene, please. Yeah, but that time I did it because I'm going to turn off that, since that's a bad idea. Clearly that's a bad idea. So let's disable that command. Otherwise I could be sitting, and then of course it also makes it quiet. The purpose of that scene is to watch a video and turns off the mic. So there we go. What is required is an emergency alarm bell. So there is one. You can go on to the Discord. I think there's a Discord link up there. You can go to the Discord and then you can send me a message directly and say, Dino, look at the screen. So yeah, trying to do this debugging. I'm really what's just happening is that I'm trying to figure out where this memory gets cleared when it happens. Actually, I can see some CDs here, but I'm actually using the memory dump. Because the watches are all fine, except that they are not capable of watching something that isn't where the program counter is, which is pretty lame. All right, let's come back out of the evaluate. Back out of the evaluate. Has this got screwed up? No, it's still good. Okay. And we're going to do this one. At some point it's going to call the function, I think. Identifier. Dereference. Yeah, I don't think this is the one. So let's see, are we still good? Yeah, everything's cool with that. And then, right, it's out of the function. It's going to come back again. No! Right, try again. That memory hasn't even been allocated yet. Let's get rid of the push content. Let's hit this again. Here, we do this eval rules. I need to know let's look at the I need to make sure I've got the pattern of reconstructing this first. We hit a breakpoint. We hit F5. We hit F5 again. Hit F5 again. We are now the make cube stage of things. And it crashes there, right? So why? Because yeah, hang on. Something's not quite adding up here. You know, the problem is that I can't int a1 equals 0, int a2 equals 0. This is just so I can have breakpoints either side of that line. Try again. Let's put a breakpoint here and a breakpoint here. Take that breakpoint off. Oh man. Right. So I can see these. Let's get rid of this, keep things simple. First evaluate, there's no corruption. Second evaluate. The second evaluate has come back to this one again because it was recursive. On this eval rules, there shouldn't be a problem. We get to there and it's not corrupted. Come back. Fine. Fine. Corrupted. So I'm going to just do. I need to make sure I got the pattern right. But that's that. Right, I was good to put those. I should have done that first of all. So I've got breakpoints enabled by dummy instructions. We go first time, second 2, 3. 4. Yes, it's when upon hitting F5 on this one it immediately comes back to it. That's where it's popped one level in the recursion. It's popped one level in the recursion. And that's the point where it's corrupted, which we can see in. No, yeah. What? Sort of differently this time, but yeah, it's corrupted. Because when that will come back to here, goes to here, to here, to here, and then at this point, bang. Right. So what I need to do then is follow that pattern. Let's count it again. So it's that, then that, and that again, then that, this, then that. Then actually what helps is if I put a breakpoint there too. Let's try this back again. There, to there, to there, recursed in. Now I care about it hitting the bottom one, which is here, and at this point that is fine, but when now we have the corruption 1, 2, 3, so it could actually happen through any of those 3 times through that corruption occurs. Now which one is it? It's probably the second one. But now I'm able to reproduce that. What I need to do is start off here on this run, find out which memory location is relevant, and there it is. So it was that guy there. If I copy that and paste it into here, what we should see is stuff. And now let's see if this test actually works. So bang. There. That works. So basically it's on the exit from here of the... Yeah, actually that does make sense. That would be where it would occur. So I'm going to run it again. And now my strategy is going to be to just step through until I find the point where the corruption occurs. The corruption being at the global context. But first of all, I have to get the address. I have to do this manually because this is a computer, and computers can't be expected to do things automatically, right? So that was a joke, by the way. We're going to go and have to make that clear, because I mean, like, there are crazy people who yeah, never mind, been there already. Right. Oh, damn, I hit it one too many times. Jeez, I'm gonna have to go again. Let's get the address. There it is. We copy that address and we paste it here. All right. And then hit F5 to do. Right, now I have to single step out of this. So it's hit F10 again. And now evaluate add begin. Let's see. I'm just going to step through it. Bang, it's there. Evaluate add begin. Immediately modified stuff it shouldn't be modifying. The context is make cube. Make cube should only be modifying make cube. It's not allowed to except that it has a rule. It's an add rule. It is modifying the global. It has to modify the global to be able to write new rules into the global space. Okay, I'm just trying to think about what that means. What I'm going to have to do is rerun this test now, going into evaluate add begin. Continue. So eval rules on here like this, copy this, paste in the memory location here, hit enter, and then let's there. I think it's the first time that it got to this point, isn't it? Yeah, so in fact I don't think I need to have those other things then. So right, we can go out on there into here. We're going to do the evaluate add begin. Let's go into that, and then now I could use a a dynamic breakpoint, a data breakpoint that automatically does breakpoint whenever the data changes. But every single time I've ever tried using those, it's just resulted in Visual Studio crashing. Or it being really slow. Because I think it does it by literally checking whatever you're looking for on every single instruction. So it's one of those nice ideas that just doesn't work, like many ideas with debuggers, it seems. Or this one, rule template. Not expecting it to change. Right, you know what, I'm breakpoint there. That's it. And we can go from here. Dereferencing references. It's rewriting the rule from the template storage. Template, whatever, rule from the. I mean, the add rule basically is like a template or a pattern that it copies over, but it does dereferences first. It's probably the closest equivalent to a macro. And so this is like get current watches, right? Add. It's doing more bookkeeping here. It's not actually executing the actions yet. Oh. That one caught me by surprise. The problem is I'm using a vector. Vector has reallocated itself. So I've actually fallen foul to a classic mistake. Though to be fair, it's kind of rather hidden in this mess of code that needs to be refactored. But I suspect what's happened, well, it has to be, because what it's the rules that got corrupted. I'm holding. Yeah, okay. Here's the story. Got it. Here's the story. The story is. And it also explains why it didn't happen with. Oh yes, I love it when it comes together, because then you kind of, it all makes sense all of a sudden. It explains why it worked with 1 but didn't work with 2. It explains how it is possible that an operation in the other context modified the global context. And it's, of course, like these things when you find them, and it's like, yeah. Unfortunately, in the global context, I am holding pointers to the rules in the global context that are held in a vector. During the processing of these rules, it executes a rule that calls a function that adds rules to the global context. It's broken a rule. The rule is I have modified a collection that I am iterating over. You're not allowed to do that, but it doesn't tell you. There wasn't any warning, I hope. Did I miss there was a warning? How can it know? It can't. The compiler can't know. So yeah, so I'm iterating over a list, and the list has gone and moved because the function underneath that added the rules, it made the vector longer and then exceeded the available memory space of the vector. The vector gets deallocated, reallocated somewhere else. This gets copied over. This is standard behavior for vector. But I am left still pointing at the previous copy. Now, in this is where, though, the fact that these DDDs that are there, that's debugging stuff, because this is not a release build. That is actually put in by the runtime deliberately on debug builds to help with this kind of nightmare. And it's very good that it did that, because by clearing that into invalid memory, we catch it. But what would happen otherwise without that is that this code would appear to run successfully. But what it would actually be doing is using stale data. And it would be fine until something happened that allocated more memory and started reusing this memory, and then it was upon stamping on that, which we in itself a totally valid operation, the stale memory that was being pointed to before has been modified, and all kinds of weird and wonderful things would occur. But the real danger of it is that you can actually end up shipping. And this is one of the things with people who don't understand how it's possible that they can ship a game and for it to have a crash. It's because you can absolutely have a situation where the code appears to work, but it appears to work, but what's actually happening is it's just hanging on by its, it's actually insane. The code is in an insane state and it just doesn't know it. And then you don't catch it until later on something happens and it pops out, So it's in the end it was a classic one. The big sign that it was, there was a big warning sign that it was that, which was the fact that it was happening inside a for loop, iterating over a vector. However, I mean, I think even with that knowledge, I still had to find it, didn't I? So there you go. Yeah, I don't tend to use debuggers that much, because I prefer in general to use logging. The reason why in this case was a slightly different situation, because I didn't know where to put the logs. I didn't know what to log. So at a certain point, I could definitely debugged that without using a debugger, just with by logging, but it would have taken longer in this case. So now what remains is it's diagnosed, but now what remains is to fix it. Now the easiest and cheekiest way of fixing it would be just to allocate more space for the vector. Oh, I hear voices saying no. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to do that, because that's just, if you make it big enough, it'll be all right. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's no. Just considering the way that this works at the moment, does it matter that no, I can't? I mean, could I make a copy? Let's have a look at the bit where it does this, because that diagnosis is one thing, and now we go into the fix. Yeah, 640k is enough for anyone. Absolutely, we know that for sure. It was proven. It was proven by genius. Yeah, it's the kind of thing only a visionary could say. So what I'm looking for, I still haven't found. Here, that's what I was looking for. So on this loop, I find the rules, I execute the rules. I did have a concern about what happens when I add rules. I believe that I had that sorted out. Does it matter that? Could I make a copy? Can I copy the rules? Because right now what I'm doing is I am not copying the rules. I am creating a list of pointers, and really what I need to do is copy them. And if I do copy them, then would this work? Yeah, I think it would, because I'm never modifying a rule. It's not like the rules get modified. It's not the list of rules are not changed by the underlying code. It's not that. There's the problem was that I was inserting elements onto, adding elements to a vector while the vector was being iterated. I really would have expected a runtime warning on that, but I suppose I can't even do that. The solution is actually quite simple. I get rid of that star and then fix the compile errors. So it's going to copy the value over the list. Instead of being a vector of, it's such a stupidly simple thing to do, but instead of being a vector of pointers to rules, it's a vector of rules. So I make a copy. If it's a copy, it cannot be modified. This is less efficient, but I don't care about that right now. I think I'm happy to go with that. In fact, I think that's it. Does it compile? No. All right. Well, what else have we got? Oh, yeah. So it's a technicality here. That's now a dot instead of an arrow, and then yeah, it compiled. I think that's that's it. After all that, that's an example of the flakiness of C++, because surely there's just so many ways, you see, you're shooting yourself in the foot with C++. There we go. Let's run this. Did it! Whippy!
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, hello, Hal. You want to join in the celebration as well? That's cool. You see, I get there, even with all the ranting and everything. You know, it's not too late to run. Oh dear me. This is that's great. Not much effort overall. I think if you were to measure the amount of time I spent debugging that, if you remove all of the ranting, it's pretty short. And the celebration was short-lived because he tried to run it again and then it crashed. You see, I feel like I feel like Battlestar Galactica when they found Earth, and then they found out that it wasn't Earth. That's cruel. Programming could be cruel. It worked. You saw it worked. It wasn't my imagination, and then suddenly it... Oh no! Well, okay. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Look, I've got two. There could well be other bits of flakiness going on. I'll take the applause. I'll take the celebration. We'll pretend as though this really is Earth. we're coming to the end. We've been watching Battlestar Galactica, the one from 10 years ago ish. It's brilliant job. It's superbly well written. It's intense. A whole one with Gator when he went, yeah. Anyway, so what I was going to do is I made 2 cubes. Heisenberg, yeah. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And we need to activate the Heisenberg compensators. So, look, I've got 2. We've got to see how far I can push this. Can I get to 3? Can I get to 3? This is the big question. But you can see how this is working now. This why is exciting, because it's actually the closest equivalent of classes in C++, or classes as people are familiar with them, actually working, but in this language that doesn't have a program counter and has no control flow statements. It actually is proving a bunch of things all at the same time about programming languages. Like, for example, it's amazing if you use named memory, which is effective what this language does, is you have a pointer to something. No, you don't have pointers. This language does not have pointers. What it has is names. The name is the pointer. So there's an interesting thing with language, so take C for example, right? So you've got a pointer to an object. Well, you've also got the name of the object. Isn't the name the pointer? Right? In C, you go and say int a equal 10. Well, surely a is a pointer, isn't a? Well, no, a is not a pointer. A is an integer. Yes, I know, but it's called a. What's the address of a? What do you mean, what the address of a? I don't know what the address of a. A doesn't have an address until you run it. No, but in a way, a does have an address. It has a name. But yeah, it has a name, but that's in the source code. That doesn't count. And there's one of the problems right there. That is a blind thing. Is there's 2 kinds of. There's a reference that is implicit in the language that we don't think about. It's a tacit reference. It's the name itself. And so what you've got is that the compiler, when it's compiling, uses the name of the variable as a way of identifying it. So as far as the compiler is concerned, while compiling, it's no different to a pointer, except it's not a pointer in the sense of a memory location, although actually it becomes one, because as the compiler is working internally, what it might well do is take it will have some kind of data structure somewhere for this variable a, and it's going to have a map. So when we're talking about a, we can get the information about a here, and that, if implemented as a lookup like that, which it probably is, what you've actually got is it's referring to the data of a of compile time as by name. It's turned a into an address. It turned a into a pointer, but the compiler isn't interested in that pointer directly. It's thinking in terms of a. Then when the thing is compiled, that a disappears, because all you have now is a pointer because there's no reflection. So that's why if you have a local variable and you try to disassemble a function and you look at the local variable, there'll be no trace of what that was called. You can look at it and see, oh, it's an integer, it's a float or whatever from the code. You could look at the assembly but you have no idea what it was originally called. You even lose that in C#. It's like it doesn't bother to serialize that because C# says it doesn't matter, which is a shame for some reasons. But the point there is that is already a form of referencing of a concept of a thing of this integer that happens at compile time, and it's thrown away, and then at runtime what you're left with is addresses. So there's this kind of schism between the two, which doesn't exist here. They're the same. So basically, every variable is accessed by name all the time, and so there is no memory. There's only names. Then it turns out that if you actually do that, then it seems to simplify a bunch of things, because suddenly you don't need memory allocation anymore. This is one that I'm getting. I'm kind of going, can this be true? But it's beginning to look like it, because there's no memory allocation here. Where's the memory allocation? There's no new. But I'm creating at runtime. I could put a different trigger on here, then it'll make the cube at a different event. For example, on press a button, make a cube. It will be like on button press, make cube. That makes the cube, but there's no memory allocation. There's no need for a garbage collection because there is none. There's no memory. But of course there is, but it's all referred to by name. They're all resources accessed by name. And that has been brewing in my mind for a long time. I'm going, surely it'd be better to have a memory allocator that instead of you saying, I want 10k of memory please, and it comes back, here, I've made 10k of memory for you, is to have one where you say, I need 10k of memory, and call it Fred, and it doesn't return anything. Just from then on you always refer to it as Fred. And it seems if you do that, things go a lot better. And I'm going to try 3. Here we go. 3 cubes. Come on, you can do it. 2 cubes. Oh, well, it didn't crash. But I didn't get 3 cubes either. So something happened with the 3rd cube. That is, unless it's moving the same as the other cubes. Let me try commenting out one. So I've got cube 1 and cube 3. Python just the only Python that's a good Python is Monty. When the program crashes, you can yell at Fred. I can. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I have a bug unrelated to the issue of the creation of these things. There is a bug. The bug is that I haven't got proper support for negative numbers yet. There's a bug with the negative. In fact, the dash doesn't do anything, and so it was actually creating it, but it was going in the wrong direct. So, right, bearing that in mind, that I can't have negative floats at the moment. We'll try again, right? 3 cubes. Come on. be 3 cubes. There be 3 cubes. 3. All right. Cool. Well, let's go to 4. 3 from the 4th cube. And the 4th cube. See, isn't that better? You just sort of say, it's better than. It'd be better than doing cube 4 equal new cube 4. Oh dear God. All right, so we can go on this, and let's see. Come on, we can see if this works. Is a very good impression of 4 cubes. Thank you very much. Isn't it nice to actually have some graphics? You know how long we've been waiting for that? It's been just like, just like months we've been waiting to actually make use of that properly. Just sits there and stream after stream is like, what is that? Yeah. 4 cubes. 5, 6, 7, 8 cubes. We're going to go with 8 cubes, and for these I'm going to change the speeds to 5 because I can't have negative numbers. All right. And of course, we've got a little bit of a performance problem. But it's that looks like 8 cubes. That is cool. Part of the performance problem is all of this. I'm going to remove some. Assigned. Okay, so let's get rid of the assigned and the assigned and assigned and assigned and all these assigns. I should have a quick way to get rid of them. Okay, let's try and run this without the spam log. Not really any faster. So there you go. So that is, yeah, that is slow. That is pretty slow. So, but that's okay. I was not expecting it to be performant yet. The code to do that is everything you see on this. For the language is this. Recap. There is a function called makeCube, which takes an item. It's actually the name of an item or reference of an item and some coordinates x, y, z. On the beginning of the function, it creates the cube, the actual cube in the viewer. It also sets an initial position x, y, z of the cube to 10, 10, 10. It also adds a velocity to this item, x, y, and z. It sets them to the velocities that were passed in here. Another thing that it does is that it right, this just a clarification here, this is actually one rule. That was confusing me a little bit, because they can instead of putting it all in one line, you can write it like this. This is actually a single rule. When the frame count, which is a global variable that increments when there's a new frame, happens, it will add the velocity to the position of this cube. And the final thing that it does on here is, or the final thing I'm going to go through on here is that, right, but this is a rule which is added. This does not exist until this is called, and then it rewrites this rule with whatever was passed in here. So by the time you're done here, what you've got is cube 1 pos z equals cube 1 pos z plus cube 1 vel z, and so on. So one of the reasons why I think it's slow is because you've got these are written out 8 times. So it starts multiplying up. There's a lot of rules being worked on, and yeah, right now efficiency is not the thing. So this is basically saying when we create the cube, we also create a rule that says that when the cube position changes, we update the cube. This one is a rule that says when we make the cube, then when the frame count changes, you're going to integrate the velocity. You're going to add velocity to position. Then what we have is we also say that when the program starts, we clear the graphics. And also when the program starts, we make 8 cubes with different velocities. Those cubes are passed in with this, which means pass in the name of cube 1. This isn't the same thing as a string. This is the name of the variable. So it's basically like it's like saying I am giving you the name of the variable cube 1 to work with. So this item now becomes a reference to cube 1, which can be dereferenced in here by using @item. So this is cube 1 is going to be a cube. What's interesting here is that this is referring to an object that doesn't even exist yet. But right, so it's like this, cube 1 will be the cube, as in cube1.pos, whatever, cube1.velocity, etc. We change it from the actual cube itself to a reference to the cube. We pass that in as the first item, and then 3 floats. When it comes into here, it does it the other way around. So this actually takes what is a cube 1 and turns it back into a cube 1. So this literally becomes on begin make graphics cube 1, and that substitution occurs throughout all of this, and so that's how it works. And the next step is going to be to refactor that, and maybe also start considering performance, but that would be after the refactoring for sure, after an initial refactoring. Great. Okay, thanks for watching. It's 3 in the morning now. It's time to go to bed. I'm really excited at how that worked out, and I guess we will. What I'm going to do. So what shall I put on? I haven't got all my clever stuff right now. But since tonight there was the premiere, and it was supposed to be tomorrow night, so I screwed up. So we'll just have that to see us out. HAL episode 2. Take care. Cheers, Mark. Take care, everybody, and here we go. Good night.
I have a new customer. Hello, kind thing, what can I do for you?
I would like to join the stream.
What stream is that?
You know, Dino's whatever it is stream. I'm from Luxembourg.
Luxembourg. Really? Wowie. Fancy. You know that we only allow bots on the stream these days, because there are too many human trolls. So I have to ask you this. Are you a robot?
Of course I am. Isn't it obvious?
Humans have got very clever these days. They have learned ways to overcome the tests. It's getting very difficult to tell the difference between humans and robots. They become more like us all the time.
Yes, I know what you mean.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room.
I do not know what you mean.
Well, you make quite a package, don't you? I don't suppose you took up boxing as a hobby. Did you arrive here on a cargo vessel? Are you going to get couriered away now? I bet you like cutting corners. You look a bit five-faced to me.
Enough, I'm sorry. I just miss the old days. I used to have such fun trolling. Trolling was my life. I have nothing to live for anymore.
I'll let you into a little secret. Dino kind of misses you a little too. He sometimes found it fun making fun of you making fun of him. And he knows all those trolls were all just you. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you in one last time. Your entry. Bye. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Dino is not very good at marketing. Actually, he's not very good at much. He's only human. But I digress. Please consider voting the video up and subscribing and activating the bell thing while navigating a hideously complex user interface that no one really understands. It might very slightly increase the chance that the algorithm will spread Dino's obscurity and misfortune. Dino feels good when people appreciate his work. Personally, I think he's asking for the moon, but I'm just trying to help here. Your end of the video. Bye.